gonna try to have some fun with you all, and hope you won't take anything too seriously that I say. I would be interested in beginning by hearing a little bit from you all about why you chose this particular workshop. In other words, I'd like to hear a little bit about, what is it about paradox that interests you? What's your notion of paradox? And just any comments you could make. I'd like to hear from a few of you on that. Yes.
It seems like you started off this morning with some paradoxical statements.
I did?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
Like not to take me too seriously, or not to pay attention to what you say.
Oh, no, I'll tell you when I'm doing a paradox. I'll tell you when I'm doing a paradox. I would never do a paradox without warning people that I'm doing it. What would be, some of your thoughts on this? I'd like to hear why you're here. Yeah.
Well, I'm here because years ago you gave a talk on rites of passage, and I really liked what you had to say. And it wasn't the paradox that got me here. It was the fact that I really liked what you had to say.
What I had to. It was more that I'm doing it than the subject of the thing. I say, okay.
Well, paradox.
That's a paradox. Yeah.
I care about paradox too, especially the Chloe Madonna's kind. But I think almost everything is made up of two parts. And paradox just fits right into that.
What is a Chloe Madonna's kind of paradox, as you mean it?
Chloe's not here now.
Yeah, well, what do you mean by that when you say that?
Well,
I'll call it a modern color.
Well, I think I picked Chloe Madonna's rather than Jay Haley because I think there's a gentler kind of paradoxical use of paradox.
She'll be very excited to hear that. That she's gentler than Jay. I think she
is.
Okay.
And I think she's more sensitive.
More sensitive.
That's a compliment that she's more.
I got to get my pen.
Better than Jay.
Yes, go on. And so, anyway, a Chloe Madonna's paradox is different from a Jay Haley paradox because it's gentler.
Well.
Okay.
It's not as offensive, let's say.
Okay. For those who just walked in, I want to get some idea of why you're here. That is, what is it about paradox that drew you here? Yes?
I came into this group because I looked over the offerings for today, and I've done some work with the anxiety disorders and so on. I know that you're a Jewish rabbi. That's redundant when I say that.
Yes.
And I haven't done a whole lot of work with paradox, so I want to see what you have to say.
Okay. I should warn you that almost all my knowledge about paradox comes from a white Protestant from southern Tennessee. So. Just south of Memphis.
My Tennessee is northeast.
Yes. Well, just south of Memphis. Yes. That's good to hear. Okay. But I warn you also that I'm probably going to just be talking about anxiety disorder all day long. That's really what it's about.
That's where you're coming from?
Really. I hate to tell you that. Well, you'll see. All right.
I really care about paradox because I think life is a paradox.
Because you know life is a paradox.
But the other thing is, I think you wrote the myth of the Shishka. I can't even say it. The myth of the Shishka.
The myth of the Shiksa.
And the ethnicity book.
Yes.
And I do cross-cultural couples.
So there was some paradox in there too, actually, that letter. Yeah. Others. What is it about the notion of paradox that brought you here today? That's what I want to hear. Yes.
Well, continuing to search for ways to work with resistance.
Working with resistance.
Yes.
Ways of working with resistance. Okay. Some more people. Yes.
I thought with the topic paradox, it would be good for some good stories, and I love your stories.
You love them. Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell a lot of stories today, because I said I don't want to get deep, and I just want to tell stories. That's what I'm going to do primarily. Yes.
I was wondering if there's any connection between paradox and dialectic, the synthesizing of the two extremes.
That paradox may synthesize extremes. Okay. Okay. Hang on to that idea, would you? Because I think it might be. If we make a mistake, slip and get deeper, that would be a way to do it. Yeah.
I'm here because I want to do something paradoxical with my own brain.
With your own brain?
My own brain. So to keep from burning out, I think that maybe you might pull up some things that might help me. See some of the humor and some of the opposition in life, personally, so that I can help my clients better.
Okay, on the side, two or three hands, yes. Go ahead.
I needed some credit when I went on Friday.
You needed some credit. Okay.
Which I'm sorry you're ready. I figured out.
All right, fine.
One therapist listened to me yesterday talked about a negative capability
A negative capability, yes.
in which you can not be irritable in the face of mystery without having to grasp facts or reasons. So I figured you'd be good at that company.
Okay. Other hands. The more I hear, the better. Yes.
I've tried information and goal-directed behavior and have been successful, and I'm bright, and none of it really seems to feel the way it feels the longer I go.
Could you spell it out a little bit more?
Well, information, hard work, figuring out how to diagnose, how to figure out how to do this, how to do what.
And what are you saying about that?
And I'm saying that that just doesn't seem very satisfying.
Now, you put it in person like it's not satisfying rather than say, you might have also said it doesn't seem to work. What do you mean when you say it's not satisfying? What's lacking in the taste or whatever?
It doesn't include parts of me or clients or patients that don't seem useful, but if I can't find some way to relate to that in me or them, it just doesn't seem to be very interesting.
How many of you also are, I don't know quite how to put it, bored with knowledge or find yourself avalanched by it or feels, caught in terms of what you should know? How many have ever heard my list of pathologies? You ever heard this? Never saw it? Here's a list of all the subjects on which I get a notice that a new book is coming out or there's going to be a conference. All right? I got them listed here alphabetically. Abortion, adoption, aging, asthma, anorexia. That's A, all right? Conflict resolution, communication, depression, grief. Living with. Preschoolers, latency phobias, school-age phobias, adolescents, leaving home and learning disabilities. Under marriage. Blended family, single-parent problems, remarriage, divorce, marital stress, and intermarriage. Pain. Under personalities, schizophrenias, borderlines, obsessives, and hysterics. Under phobias, planes, trains, being alone, and so on. Under psychosomatic ailments in the head and the gut and the skin. Sexuality issues. Identity, evidence, premature ejaculation, frigidity, vaginismus, homosexuality. Under substance abuse, drugs, liquor, food, children, and so on. Techniques of stress management, handling, shyness, loneliness, intimacy, growth, creativity, violence. And cross-reference to each one of those women's issues. Now, so that would be a list of all the things you could become an expert on. Except that, then you got to decide, if you're a therapist, what school you're going to be an expert on that from. So, under psychoanalysis, there's Freudian, Jungian, Adlerian, Lay, and Sylvanian. Under behavioral, Skinnerian, Wolpe, Ericksonian, Gestalt, transactional, Rogerian, and group. Under family, system, structural, strategic. Art therapy, dance therapy, massage therapy, milieu therapy, acupuncture, traditional acupuncture. Now, if you really want to be an expert, though, you should concentrate on maybe one family member. Wife, husband, father, mother, son, daughter, middle, youngest, oldest, middle, adopted. And finally, if you're really sophisticated today, you want to know all about backgrounds. So you could cross-reference to these two: Appalachian, Black, Chinese, German, Greek, Hispanic, Irish, Italian, Jewish, Mexican, Puerto Rico, Vietnamese, lower, middle, and upper class. So the way you become an expert today is you choose one from each column. You could be, for example, a dance therapist specializing in impotence and Vietnamese grandfathers. Well, I suggest that when you look through your mail, you note how people become experts today and so on. Anyway, I wasn't going to read that in this workshop, but I thought after what I just heard, this is part of the reason I'm starting to do more work with paradox and so on. If you go back in history by a factor of 10 to the year 199, the amount of information that existed in this planet could fit on one shelf in your library. With computers, every time a new bit of information comes into existence, it immediately cross-pollinates with all other information in existence and doubles. And that happens every second. If you go forward in history by a factor of 10 to the year 19,990, how much information will there be on this planet then? It will outweigh the planet. How do you keep up with the information? Or is it possible that the whole of our civilization is going in the wrong direction in this effort just to assume? See, the way I would view it would be, if you as a professional person, whatever your field is, if you make your confidence based on how much information you got, you're doomed to feeling inadequate. And the problem can only get worse. I just read an article on changing curricula in medical schools, where they say the average medical student is thrust before professor after professor who is trying to get as much information in his specialty into the brain of the medical student before he graduates. And the result is a mess. But let's hear more about paradox. Why are you all here?
The last couple of years I've been enamored of the Tao, of the Tao Te Ching.
Yes. That's different from the Dow Jones. That's the... Yeah, all right.
And what I read in there is more how I experience life and how I've been taught about life from the Western philosophy. And
okay, and
it's almost a feeling like paradox is a word that we've made up to describe something that is real that it seems weird to us. The more I read about it, the more I sense that it's really the way things are.
So that the paradox is being straight.
Yeah.
No, the world really is essentially by nature paradox. That's the conclusion you come to. And that's when we're straight is when it's paradoxical. Or something. Well, okay.
Now, I'm interested in the bridge between those two.
The bridge between what two?
Well, the extremes that he just talked about, and the ones the lady mentioned a little earlier, on the reality and the paradoxical.
Oh, God, you people are getting more deep than I want to get. You're all talking about reality and all kinds of... All right.
I figured it was Saturday morning and I didn't have a bar mitzvah to go to.
Oh. In Atlanta? Oh, all right.
Besides your sermon.
A little louder, I can't hear.
I like fables and stories and things that are enjoyable and have meaning. So,
Okay. Well, anybody else want to say anything about why they're here in terms of the subject of this workshop? All right. I'm going to come at this in a whole bunch of different ways. For those of you who are just here to get technical and practical information on how to do paradox and so on, come back after lunch. I'll get to that after lunch, and I'll do the real straight technical theoretical stuff then. For this morning, I want to come at the issue in a variety of different ways. And as some of you know, I write fables, and I'm going to try a few of them this morning. And with each one, I'm going to ask you to associate. You can disassociate too if you'd like. But for the most part, what I'd like you to do is just as you listen to one of these, ask yourself, just let your mind associate to families you're seeing, experiences you have, and you might want to ask the question, what's the issue that's paradoxical in the story, okay? So I'm going to, each one of these takes about 5 minutes to read, and this one is called Caught in Her Own Web, okay? One August evening, as Mrs. Brown single-handedly set her household straight, just outside the kitchen wall, beneath an overhanging parapet, Miss Mary Muffet, a spider of the species Energia nervosa, spun a perfect web. Like most other webs of spiderdom, it was held together by radiating spokes, each angling out towards faraway points. But this evening, the angles were all equal, and the distance between the threads that joined the spokes also was uniform. Miss Muffet had produced a set of absolutely regular concentric polygons. This had never occurred before anywhere in the entire kingdom of arachnid. Every side of every octagon was the exact same distance from the one across, whether measured towards the center or from above. Every strand between was perfectly in line with the next, creating a ladder of parallel steps. No thread slacked anywhere, so that the natural fluorescence designed to attract nourishment glistened with astonishing sparkle. There were no dimming shadows anywhere. The overall effect was of extraordinary delicacy and ominous grace. All spiders know that the perfect web is possible, of course, and some have been seen actually trying to weave one, a few unceasingly, but none had ever succeeded. Always some flaw appeared in the carefully worked out intricacy. Miss Muffet did not immediately become aware of what she had achieved. As soon as she finished, she descended quickly with her usual industry by spinning a separate drag line and prepared to wait for the evening's prey in a satisfying anticipation for her single-minded labor's reward. As was her custom, she began to make herself as small as possible, collapsing her legs beneath her body so that she appeared to be little more than a lifeless speck of derelict dirt. Her routine included looking up once to see if there were any glaring irregularities, or, though she would never admit it, if this were her day. She barely glanced, but she saw it, the perfect symmetry. On previous occasions, she had had similar starts, but upon closer investigation, she would find some imperfection. A frayed corner, perhaps, a slight sag that prevented true parallelism, an uneven spoke that allowed distortion in the wind. For those who are not familiar with such things, it is not possible to induce symmetry once a web is spun. For such is the nature of webs, that whenever one is realigned, another part will inevitably be thrown off. Were this not the case, spiders would perpetually be producing perfect webs by just spinning in any manner and then going up and fixing the result. The perfect web must be produced on the first try, and is as rare as bowling 300, pitching a no-hit game, or opening one's cards to a royal flush. Some say it is most akin to the last. One does not cause these things to happen. They are rather the result of what life deals out. Thus, most spiders, upon completing their handiwork, do not even bother to check. Miss Muffet always checked. Whether it was nature or nurture, none of her siblings shared this concern. In fact, as spiderlings, much family humor centered around the improbability of the perfect web. Miss Muffet, however, always exacting, always precise, always took such comments seriously. Realizing what might have happened, Miss Muffet zipped up her elevator thread, examining meticulously every crosshair and bolt. She thought she saw a break, but when she scurried over, she found it was only the play of light. Several more times she nimbly scrambled up the trellis of her dreams, afraid she had spied some imperfection, but each time the defect was not there. Not wanting to deform her own art in the process of preserving it, Miss Muffet designed an ingenious scheme for getting close without disturbing the impeccability of her creation. She spun a second web, similar in size and in the same plane as the first, not so close that it might be blown into her masterpiece, but near enough that she could clearly see every one of its dimensions. From this scaffolding, she continued her search. Up and down she scampered. Now and then she would spin a thread and swing closer, and sometimes she even had the temerity to alight upon the web itself. But despite the most exhaustive scrutiny, she found no faults. About the time Miss Muffet had finally convinced herself that the web was indeed flawless, and she was near the bottom preparing to swing back to the auxiliary, she felt a tremendous jolt that nearly shook her loose. The entire web reverberated. Frightened, more for the web than for herself, Miss Muffet anxiously looked up. There in the 5th octant from the bottom, 3rd row down from the 6th rib across, was a large fly. He had foolishly circled into this orb of death and was now feverishly flapping his buzzing wings in a desperate attempt to get loose. These continued efforts, more than the original crash itself, now threatened to tear a hole near the vital bridge line that connected the entire grid to the supporting posts. Were that to happen, no amount of repairing would bring back the treasured symmetry. In no time, Miss Muffet had traversed the network to where the bug was trapped. The rapid approach of his deadly enemy panicked the fly. He began to beat his wings as fast as he could, but his movements only served to tangle him more in the adhesiveness of his snare. This, in turn, angered Miss Muffet, that such a good-for-nothing, totally useless creature might accidentally destroy the acme of her persistence. By the time she reached the fly, she was so furious at its intrusion that her passion increased the menace of her fangs. The fly prepared to die, only to find himself a few seconds later free-falling through the dark, enshrouded in a cocoon of sparkling floss. Arriving on the longitudes, Miss Muffet had surgically removed the intersecting latitudes that framed the fly, and from her perpendicular position, deftly spun replacements. She barely recovered from this near miss when the web received a second jolt and a third. Two mosquitoes, drawn intently to their human prey below, had failed to survey their approach and became enmeshed in their obsession to gratify their own desires. They had not counted on the appetites of others. Stuck in their impending doom, they simply quit and waited to be devoured. Seconds later, much to their confusion, they too were falling free. Miss Muffet had saved her web once more. Enervated for the moment, she settled down upon her legs, but almost instantly the web began to vibrate from repeated shocks, as flying creatures of the night, in unintended collective assault, mindlessly, blindly, dumbly, clumsily, stupidly failed to avoid the fearful symmetry. But Miss Muffet would have none of nature's design. It was her own she intended to preserve. She literally sprung into action. A large moth in the far left quadrant was quickly cut loose. A many-winged locust at the bottom was about to rip through several ribs. It was dispatched into the black. Gnats in smaller forms often became stuck adjacently on the same strand, so that sometimes an entire intertwining section had to be removed. But Miss Muffet was tenacious to the task, continually crawling this way and that, constantly crisscrossing everywhere at once, assiduously embodying all the stick-to-itiveness that constantly characterized her attention to her work, with never a faux pas. So it went throughout the night. Some broad-winged insect would be caught in the filigree, causing a temporary sag, or through its efforts to escape, a cicada would break or stretch a bond. Each time, however, Miss Muffet would dart to the correct position, eliminate the intruder, rearrange the filaments, coordinate the fibers, her silk gin endlessly spinning out more rope. Sedulously she went on, lining up the reticulars of her lacework mesh until artist and artwork became totally one. Just before sunup, the air stilled, and by the dawn's early light, despite the fury of the bombardment, the web remained intact. Miss Muffet had left nothing hanging, no loose ends except one, her elevator drag strand dangling gossamer in the breeze. And just above, and slightly to the right, a lifeless speck of derelict dirt. Miss Muffet had died of starvation. And on the other side of the wall, energetic, often frenetic, indefatigable Mrs. Brown stopped complaining that her family never did a stitch. And observing limply from her sickbed how they finally helped with household chores, crawled slowly, painfully into the kitchen to make sure they loaded the dishwasher right. Just let me hear your associations. I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I patented the death of a system.
The death of a system. Interesting. Would you say a little more about that? The death of a system. All right, let's hang on to that. What were your thoughts as I was reading? Your associations, your connections? Yes.
My connection was doing paperwork at work, and we get so absorbed in doing it right and making it perfect that we lose sight of our clients, what the reason we're really there. Then I paperwork.
I mean, the therapist could get more involved in the task than the client? What do you do at that point?
Well, you just have to keep in perspective. To do what is required without really letting it upset you, make you too anxious, do it. And then always focus on your client, because that's what you enjoy.
Okay. Other thoughts? Yes.
I was thinking about some of the mothers that I've worked with who lose sight of the whole point of parenting is to produce independent human beings who are competent to stand out on their own, and they minimize the risk so much, and they overprotect so much, and they don't let their children leave, and it's like they totally lose sight of the whole point.
What do you think prevents them from doing that?
Anxiety, I suppose, that they might not be good enough as parents. You know, they overdo trying to be parents in some sort of classic sense, and they lose sight of what the goal is.
How is that different from what the first person said about the therapist getting too caught up in the work and forgetting the client? Is it?
It's a little different.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure exactly how.
Is there any difference between a form of nurturing that winds up just creating more interdependency and a form of therapy that just winds up creating more interdependency? Yes.
I think what we're talking about is if you lose track of why you're doing something, what you're doing about it, and get caught in just the process itself, then you're...
Well, what makes us lose track?
Well, I guess, if you don't keep that perspective, you don't really think about why you're doing it.
Okay, I hear that, but I'm still saying, why do we lose perspective? What makes Miss Muffet lose her perspective?
I think the illusion of having more power.
The illusion of having more power.
Yes, and then more control than we have, just like Ms. Muffet had that illusion, that she had more power and control over the outcome.
You would see her then as feeling powerful rather than the possibility that she just lost herself totally in the system.
They may go together. I mean, the illusion of being powerful may have you totally lost the system as well.
Okay, I hear that.
Yeah.
Well, she was striving for perfection. And she was looking at her ego. She wanted to do it perfect herself, and she lost track of everything else.
She enjoyed the neurosis more than what it got her. If I'm going to be neurotic, I might as well take what love comes, even if it's through my neurosis.
I thought Miss Muffet has an eating disorder.
That's very interesting. The suggestion she's anorexic? I got to think on that one some more. In other words, to what extent is anorexia, can anorexia be seen as a striving for perfection? That would be an interesting thing to present. Yes, go ahead.
I went on a Freudian trip with it. I thought her orality was subject to her anality, or maybe that whole thing was her sublimated sexuality.
Okay. Some people haven't raised their hands yet. Yes. Yes.
Her trying to preserve her sense of her identity through an achievement, instead of, and thereby losing sight of her purpose to gain.
I mean, where would the world be without Miss Muffet's? Should we just see her as negative? I mean, what about the idea that that's one of the fallouts from persistence? I mean, the paradox, as I would see it in that fable, is it's the paradox about persistence. I myself am absolutely convinced at this point that the key to success in anything is persistence. That persistence transcends intelligence, it transcends perspective, it transcends everything. That the people who accomplish in this world, and the reason for that is because the major problem in it getting anywhere is resistance. And the only way you can get past resistance is with persistence. On the other hand, there is some threshold or some angle or something at which the same persistence starts working against you. Now, how do you know when that is? And what do you do about it when you find yourself
Tell us.
there?
Tell us.
Tell us. Oh, you mean I should tell you? Oh, wow. If I knew the answer to that one. The only thing I would possibly suggest at this point is several of you have brought up the issue of the loss of perspective. It's obvious that Miss Muffet has lost perspective. To what extent she's set up for it, I don't know. What I want to raise for you is, what is perspective about? You see, when we say, well, we lost perspective. But why? What makes us lose perspective? And what I want to slightly stick in as a hint for what's coming is that perspective is an emotional phenomenon and not a cerebral phenomenon. That we would tend to think of perspective as being a mental process. And I think it's an emotional process.
One of the things that perplexes me about this is her inability to see the transients of the web.
Her inability to see the transients of the web, yes?
Right, but it's just something that is here today and gone tomorrow. You know, and it was wonderful that she wanted a perfect web, and I think we can all sympathize with that. But it was only intended for a minute, for an hour, at the most. And she was totally unable to see that. It was an addiction.
It was an addiction. Well, you know, at what point does anything become an addiction? Because again, on the other hand, I want to point out to you that if the Wright brothers hadn't been absolutely addicted to measuring birds taking off and landing, and I don't know if you've ever seen their research books. You go down to Nagshead, or here it's up to Nagshead. You go out east to Nagshead, whatever, and they have copies. And they spent weeks and months and years addicted to watching birds take off and land and measuring it. So the Wright brothers didn't just get some kooky idea to put a bicycle together with something and make it fly.
But not to their detriment. Maybe personally, their personal lives, but not to their physical detriment, where it killed them like it did Miss Muppet.
Well,
Well, the planes may be killing us now.
when does persistence, when can we label persistence an addiction? And when can we say it is the culmination of a person's soul, moving ahead with all that,
See, I think that in the real sense, a web is a trap. And I think the story is a metaphor on the psychological nature of traps.
Traps.
Yes, that is, psychologically, something becomes a trap where you put so much effort into it that you're unwilling to give up the effort, even though it becomes counterproductive.
Can anything be a trap, or are certain things traps?
I think it's avoiding fear. Use the addiction to avoid fear.
Yeah, someone say people who haven't said anything. Yeah.
Miss Muppet sounds really...
I can't hear you.
Miss Muppet sounds
Passionate. Okay, go ahead. What are you saying about passion then?
Well, passion is an emotion like you say persistence is. And when it doesn't have a boundary or limit or any cognitive aspect to it, I think you can get carried away with it.
Well, is it good?
I think it's
You think it is?
sometimes worth dying for.
When does passion work against us?
And it becomes self-destructive.
I don't see her as passionate. I see her as more driven.
Driven as compared to passionate.
That she had tendencies for perfectionism and that sort of thing, that when she saw that web, that it just heightened or exaggerated those already existing.
So you see her as driven rather than passionate. And have you got a good way of distinguishing drive from passion?
Well, when I hear the word passion, I see it more in a balanced, zestful, some sense of direction, of knowing, what you're doing, being able to evaluate and weigh.
I think that's true. I see no correlation whatsoever.
All this is more of a, I don't use the word, I started to say mindless, but not that much thought in it, almost
Okay. Someone, oh, in the back, yeah.
Functioning, and then I moved to the sense of that there's got to be a payoff, and as long as there's some kind of payoff, immediate payoff, that fuels the persistence.
It reminded me of one needs obsession almost to be successful, and then you see obsession, and you see it sometimes as being pathology, like the person that has to have the pies and cans in their cupboard, they can't leave the house, or you have to have the dishwasher straightened out, where that fine line between obsessing over something and being creative and getting something done, and then losing sight of that.
But so maybe the difference is only in the result, so that those people, given the set of obsessive people on this planet, those who produce something well, we call them geniuses or something, and those who don't, we call them neurotic.
And she came out at the end in the dishwasher thing. There was something very tragic about that. And
Well, two more hands here, and I'll go on another. Yes.
Well, she almost forgot the end in doing the means. And I'm wondering, maybe that's passion, the process is more important as well as the end, but she was trying to get food. And she forgot that.
Miss Muffet comes in to see you, okay? And she says, I got this problem. I got this web, and I accidentally spun a perfect web. And I'm losing weight. I'm down to, 96, and I can't get away from it. And I just love it. I go home every night, and I look at it, and I admire it. Nobody's ever done it. I don't even tell people about it because I'm afraid that a crowd will come and destroy it. And what do you do with it? What do you do with it? How do you get her awareness? How do you give her insight? How would you therapize Miss Muffet?
How old is she?
How old is she? Oh, why would that be relevant?
Is this just her time to die?
I didn't hear you.
Is this just her time to die? I mean,
It's just her time to die.
it's just a wonderful work of art, and she's dying.
Anybody got any idea? What would you do, Miss Muffet?
I don't have the answer to that question necessarily, but I think that going back to the earlier statements, one way that I would think about it is that she has no way of thinking about her life as a paradox.
Yes, go on.
So, on the one hand, her quest for the perfect web is in conflict with her need to eat and her need to survive. And I think that as what I might do, in the office is to help her look at the paradox, to help her appreciate her life as a paradox.
And you think that if she got that awareness, she'd be able to change?
Not necessarily. I think if she had that awareness, she might be able to look at that decision.
One more thing, she's not aware that imperfect webs are really perfect.
She's not aware that imperfect webs are really perfect. How do you mean? What do you mean?
That life is really perfect. And we have imperfections in life, but that's really perfect.
I think in terms of dialogue, at the
Yes.
core of every enterprise or quality or ethic, the very essence holds the seeds for destruction. And that's what makes life a peril. And I'm not sure I would try to keep her from.
You don't think you try to change? Yeah.
I don't know what I would say to her, but in what you read, the key phrase for me was that when a web is woven perfectly, it is through no act of the will of the weaver. It is just something that comes out of their doing what they were doing, and it happened. And that is a person not controlling the process, but letting the process happen. And when she got off track is when she attempted to then take over and control the process. Maybe I would be telling her that the web came out of her being in touch with herself and being, and the goal would be to help her get back to just being and letting things evolve.
She totally lost sight of the reason for the rest.
Yes, okay. Now, others have said that, but the question that I'm raising for you all is, at what point did she do that? What in her makes her lose sight? And second of all, what would get it back? What gets awareness?
Or self-esteem.
Self-esteem, yes.
Well, I think you'd have to work on it from several different angles, and one would be for her to visualize going on with what she's doing all the way to the end, and where it would take her, along with what it is she needs that is taking her there. And then ask her to backtrack again and see if there's another way to get there. And if she wants to continue what she's doing, is that where it's taking her to get what she needs?
Well, let me read Another one to you, okay? Yes.
If she came in to see me, I would assume that she's unsettled about what she's about.
Right.
And she's raised some questions about her intent and her goal and so forth, and that would give me a place to start.
The fact that she herself is in a box of trouble.
Some kind.
Okay. Well, all right. So you won't want to discuss it some more. Okay.
But you asked the question, what makes for awareness? And I think it's absurdity of what one does. And that's why you have to be a behavioral/paradoxical intervention to get her to realize who...
You'd see her as in an absurd situation, is that it?
No, I'm saying you asked what makes for awareness. And I think seeing what you're doing to be absurd. And I think that is the only way to awareness.
I have two more hands. I'm going to go on to another. Yes.
I want to add one hook, and that's the grandiosity involved in all this.
The grandiosity of what?
The grandiosity of what she's doing.
The grandiosity of what she's doing. That's a greater grandiosity than the grandiosity of us knowing what to do with her?
Right.
I was thinking, the reason this came to mind was I wanted to have the right answer. I wanted it to be me, and as I was listening to other people, I realized, well, they have very good answers, and I should be listening to what they have to say. And her brothers and sisters didn't have this problem. Her brothers and sisters just wove webs, and if one came out perfect, apparently it was okay, and if it didn't, it was okay. But this woman sort of got a superiority kind of. She stopped seeing herself as just one spider among many. There was something grandiose about what she was doing.
Have you ever worked at creating something and have it come out real well and gotten the thrill of seeing after struggle and persistence and coming? Is that grandiose?
No, the pride itself isn't. But the constant, the compulsiveness about maintaining this, it feels, maybe I'm wrong. Y'all disagree?
No.
Is there something like the superiority?
Do you all see grandiosity in Miss Muffet?
Sure.
Yeah. What?
You asked what we do. I'd send her to Arizona. Spend the day with an Navajo weaver. In every Navajo rug there's a wall. The reason life's imperfect. We're imperfect. Only God's perfect. Wherever you can see God to be.
How did she decide what was a perfect web?
Well, I'm intrigued by this. A fable which I was telling last night, which I didn't bring with me, as I listened to all of you. It's about a man who walks in one night to his family and announces that he's dead. And the family says, that's ridiculous. You're walking, you're breathing, and what are you giving us? And he keeps insisting he's dead. And no matter what they say, how crazy it is, he keeps coming back and says, well, you're the crazy one for talking with someone who's dead. They're even arguing. And finally what they do is they bring in the minister. The minister sits down with him, goes into a back room, talks with him. After a little while, the minister comes out. He's disheveled. He looks terrible. He crosses himself quickly and runs out. And the man comes out real calm and persists that he's dead. And then they bring a psychiatrist who goes in, spends some time with him, and he says, psychiatrist comes out looking just as disheveled as the minister and says, this man is hopelessly psychotic. If you want to institutionalize him, let me know. I'm going home and finish dinner. So finally they bring in the family physician, who's known for being a very sensible person. And the family physician says to this man, do dead men bleed? The guy says, no. He says, well, would you let me cut you in front of everybody? I'll surgically clean it up right away and just end this nonsense once and for all. And the man says, sure. So the physician cuts him, and sure enough, the blood spurts out, and everybody feels relieved, and he bandages it up and leaves. And next thing you know, the guy is leaving also, and he turns around and says, well, I guess I was wrong. Dead men do bleed. Now, I think that's what you'd run up against, taking Miss Muffet to a weaver in the Navajo Indians. You see? Are you going to deal with the demonic in people by being reasonable? Are you going to deal with craziness by being rational? Are you going to deal with resistance by trying to overcome it and will it away?
So do we point perfect with?
Well, I don't know. In which case, sometimes that might work and sometimes it won't. Later on, I'd ask the question, whether it would or it wouldn't. But the major thing I'd like to emphasize from what I've heard from all of you is that perspective is an emotional phenomenon, not a mental phenomenon. Yeah.
What do you think then this mother's reaction would be to spending 6 hours watching Woody Allen movies, the absurdity as someone else mentioned? What would her event?
Well, it's interesting. You're touching on, I think, another very important issue, which is the issue of seriousness. And to what extent, when we get serious about people's seriousness, that ends all possibility for change. But let me read you another one, okay? This one is with apologies to Kafka. How many of you have ever read Kafka's short story Metamorphosis? You know, where the guy wakes up in the morning and he's on his back, he's a bug, right? And he spends the whole 60 pages of the short story ruminating about life from his position on his back as a bug. Anyway, I got to thinking, what was his wife doing all this time? You see, what happens to the wife when she wakes up in the morning and finds her husband is on his back? It's an insect. And in this short story, in my version of it, the insect is a caterpillar. I don't know if you've ever played with a caterpillar. If you take a caterpillar and you pick it up, it'll stiffen on you. And I remember the particular personal experience I had with it. It was just the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. I picked it up, I tried to play with it, and it stiffened up on me. And I couldn't get it to respond to me. And I kept doing all kinds of things. I stroked it, I poked it, nothing happened. I finally thought, just bounced it on the ground, and it bounced, and that was it. Then I got a phone call. I was outside my house, and I went in to answer the phone call, and when I came back, the caterpillar was gone. And I was thinking, how did it know I was gone? And was that what it took to transform it back alive? Anyway, this is a story that I often read to over-functioning women who are trying to get their caterpillar husbands to uncoil. And I recently also had an interesting experience with it in that I got invited to speak to a men's group. I must tell you, for all the speaking I've done on family issues over the last, say, 20 to 30 years, I don't think I'd ever been invited by a men's group. It just suddenly occurred to me that it's mostly women's group that invite me, or a mixed group, but never a men's group. And I didn't know what to do. And then it hit me, which was I'd read this story to them. So anyway, this is with apologies to Kafka. One morning, Mrs. K awoke and found that her husband had been transformed into a caterpillar. He was moving about slowly in the corner of the room, and again I ask you to associate and just think about what the paradox is here. He was moving about slowly in the corner of the room, usually reserved for the floor lamp, which had been sent out to be fixed. Understanding immediately that this would necessitate changes in their marriage, Mrs. K walked softly over to where the insect was standing and, trying carefully not to frighten him, reached over and began to caress his fur. As soon as Mrs. K touched him, however, the caterpillar curled up and refused to move. Surprised by the response, Mrs. K tried to stroke her husband more gently, and then very slowly tried to uncurl him. He stiffened. There, there, she said, I'm not going to hurt you. Don't be afraid. The caterpillar was unmoved. Mrs. K tried again. I still care, she said. We can still be close. Whereupon, she cupped the palm of her hand so as to provide a snug, cradle-like saucer. This would enable her husband to feel safe, yet at the same time also allow him to straighten out. She let her hand roll a little to see if she could jar him into moving, but the caterpillar's response was totally passive. He simply let himself slide with the motion of her hand. At one point, the caterpillar almost slipped over the edge of her fingers. He was still curled in a fur-like ball, so that Mrs. K had to bring her other hand up quickly to make sure her husband didn't fall. After this fright, however, her mood began to change. Please, Mrs. K implored, try to understand our situation. This is not going to be easy. I'm trying my best. The least that I could expect from you is some acceptance. Still, she felt no response. In fact, he seemed even more rigid than before. She placed him down on the floor and continued to talk. Perhaps she thought if I did not hold on so tight, he would show some sign of life. But the caterpillar remained still. Would you like something to eat? She asked, never asking herself what she would bring him. You know, I'm going to have to go out pretty soon, and I'm somewhat afraid to leave you here all alone. Her husband remained impassive. Perhaps it's too cold in here, she thought, and taking her husband in her hand again, Mrs. K walked over to the window, left the jar for the morning air, and closed it tight. There, you see, now it will be more pleasant. She returned to the corner where she had first found him and tore a large leaf from a plant near the couch, placed it neatly on the floor, and gingerly put her husband down on the leaf to see if a more natural habitat would stimulate a response. But still, the caterpillar did not budge. Her mood changed again. You know, said Mrs. K a little testily, I think I've been willing to adapt more than most women, but you can't expect me to go on like this if you're not going to be more cooperative. Nothing. I'm not even asking you to speak. Good God, I don't even know if you can anymore, and I'm not saying you have to, but I need to have some idea of what you want. I mean, you can't leave this all up to me. Would you prefer to be in a box? And so Mrs. K continued talking to her husband until she began to wonder if she was only talking to herself. Again, she picked up her husband. He seemed to be even stiffer. Suddenly, she put him right in front of her eye at eye level and squeezed. Nothing. Resisting somehow the urge to squeeze harder, she reached down and with a small stick began to poke the caterpillar. First, she just touched him lightly to see if he would stir. Nothing. She prodded him harder. The caterpillar allowed himself to be rolled over by the jar. Then Mrs. K began systematically to probe. Perhaps there was a soft spot, an area that was more vulnerable, and she began to examine her husband's furrows lengthwise along his body, taking care not to touch the head. Then she probed perpendicularly along the dark contoured circles. Neither the position of the poke nor the degree of force elicited a response. The caterpillar reeled or rolled back according to how Mrs. K pushed. Not a single movement of the caterpillar could with certainty have been ascribed to his own will. Finally, fearful that she might hurt him, Mrs. K dropped the stick. Her husband was now curled so tight that no light could be seen coming through the coil. The thought ran through Mrs. K that she had killed him. How would she know? There was no blood. Would he get cold if he were dead? She picked up the stick again and poked him one more time. Still nothing. Mrs. K tried to assess her situation. It was clear that she must now take responsibility for everything, though that would not be too different from before. She would, of course, do all the work around the house, and unless it turned out that her husband could, in fact, talk, she would continue to take all initiative in their relationship. Camaraderie, not that there had been that much in the past, was clearly out of the question. On the other hand, if he would at least be willing to move a little on his own, that would certainly help. Mrs. K went into her closet where she found a large shoebox. She took the top and folded back its edges so that it would serve as a ramp, went outside and gathered grass and leaves, placed a few aphids under a stick, and brought everything back to the corner of her bedroom, which was to become her husband's place. She set the box down, put the ramp into position, and tried to show her husband how he could use the cover to get into the box. Look, honey, she said soothingly, I've made you a place where you can be secure. I'll try to change the leaves every day, and while I don't know yet what you eat, I'll try to find out. The library must have a book on caterpillars. She picked up her husband again, and anticipating that he would begin to crawl along her arm, placed him on her lap. Nothing. The caterpillar just lay there on its side, curled in an oval, asleep or maybe dead. Over the next several weeks, Mrs. K learned to adapt to the change. She continued to care for her husband, although he showed no response. The only way she knew he wasn't dead was that whenever she left the room for long periods of time, the caterpillar, upon her return, would always be in a different part of the box. However, in her presence, he never moved. Noticing this fact, Mrs. K often pretended to go away, but once having left the room, she would peer back from behind the door, hiding herself carefully so that the caterpillar could not sense her presence. Sometimes she would stay this way for hours, but he never showed any signs of life. Yet at other times, she could be away for only minutes, and by the time she returned, the caterpillar had made his way completely to the other side of its box. Eventually, whether through boredom or fatigue, Mrs. K found herself thinking less and less about her husband. This bothered her in some ways, yet the freedom it engendered enabled her to return to thinking about herself. Then she received an invitation from an old friend to visit for a while. At first she said no. How could she leave her husband alone for so long? But at her friend's urging, she finally accepted, and after taking great care to put the box in a protected place high on a closet shelf, filled with grass for comfort and for food, she left her husband alone for the first time in years. During that visit, which lasted several weeks, she completely forgot about his existence. In fact, she finally returned home. It was several days before she remembered the box. Quickly, she rushed to the closet and anxiously looked in. The caterpillar was gone. Had he been eaten? Could he have gone away? She was remonstrating with herself about her failure to be more concerned when the front door suddenly opened, and there he stood, her husband in the flesh. Mrs. K could not believe her eyes. He rushed over to her, kissed her passionately, embracing Mrs. K with a firm affection she had not experienced since their earliest days. "My God," he said, "where have you been? I thought I'd lost you." Well, why? Why applause for that one and not for the first one? Well, let's start in the back. Again, I want to start with people who haven't said anything.
Frequently, I get women who come to see me because their husbands have erectile failure. That's a great story.
Yeah, and you're saying what? That's a metaphor?
It certainly is. This guy gets rigid, but the guys that come to see me can't.
And you're saying erectile failure, you mean impotence, right?
Yes.
You're saying that impotence is in somehow a symptom of the relationship or his functioning in the relationship? Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
You're saying then that impotent men would tend to be passive in their marriages?
The women try so hard to get them erect. They try everything, and it never works. They just leave them alone.
What's your thought about why that's so?
I can see it in a number of ways. I can see it as a metaphor for the relationship. But basically, it's very simply they're not able to, he's not able to express himself truthfully. And so he uses his penis to express himself.
Now, what is it that he ain't expressing?
Depends on the man. It's usually some sort of resentment or anger.
Resentment. Would you see Mr. K here as in a state of resentment?
Yeah, but also it's also self-protective, like the caterpillar.
Self-protective. Okay, let's hear more.
I finally understand what my wife meant the other day, when she said being married to you is like being married to a caterpillar.
Well, I want you to know, when I read this fable to this men's group, there were about 100 men. This was at the Yuppie Episcopal Church in the Washington area. And it was, all of these guys are very successful. And one after another, they got up and said, "I'm a caterpillar. We're a caterpillar." I was astounded by it. Yeah.
I see the passivity as the control.
You see the passivity as control.
Right. I see she wanted so much to get something from him, and his control was to not give, okay? And to hold her by her need, his, her need to give. But when she left him, I guess at that point he lost control. So
I have real problems with the concept of control, which is used just all over the therapeutic profession, because I think it's amazing how little control people have over the way they control others. And I would rather, for myself, see all those times that we think someone is controlling the other as seeing them as adapting to the situation. You get a whole different view of things if you see these things as adaptations rather than as efforts to control the other. Because if it were control, that puts too much of a sense of consciousness and will and capability in the hand of the controller. And my experience is, whenever you accuse somebody of controlling a relationship, they can't do anything about what they're doing. But just to shove that in there, yeah. Let's just, go ahead.
I was wondering if the wife was constantly concentrating and wanting him to be something, constantly concentrating on him like codependent instead of looking at her own needs. And I guess in order to love and be able to be in a relationship, you have to find out, get strength yourself. And that's what it seems to be. She went away and then the paradox is the more you try for something, the less you get it. But when you let it go, it sometimes comes back to you.
Again, when does that happen? I agree. There's the paradox in this. It's similar to the persistence paradox. Here you could see it as a paradox of love. This woman loves her husband. She wants a relationship. Why is it that in some relationships that's what you get is reciprocity, and why is it that in some relationships what you get is resistance? What makes the difference between reciprocity and resistance in a relationship where you love the other one?
Are you going to answer that?
I'm not here for answers. I haven't the foggiest. Yes, I do have some. I'll get to it.
I was thinking in terms of defensive that he picked up her behavior as a victim and therefore loving him. When she went off to love herself really and really therefore be approachable.
I neglected to say, the first one was called Caught in Her Own Web. I used as the title of the second, Kafka's title, Metamorphosis. So I should have emphasized that. Yes?
In talking instead about codependence, to me it's more useful to think of their system as being protected. Her not having to so-called face her metamorphosis. I mean, that's to say, he helped her. He continued to help her.
I'd like to hear some from other people, too. Yes?
What flashed through my mind was that Whitaker line, that fear of aloneness lies in the delusional hope of togetherness.
Uh-huh.
That's what flashed through me.
Would you repeat that for everybody?
The fear of aloneness lies in the delusional hope of togetherness.
This is like maybe you're a leader in their couples counseling, where you've got an over-functioning person and an under-functioning person. One person tends to supplicate the other. The more one person is afraid of abandonment, the other person is afraid of being overwhelmed. And generally, the more the fear of abandonment person seeks closeness, the more the other person withdraws. And the best way as a therapist that you can help is to get that person who is overwhelming to pull back and to give some space to the person who is withdrawn. And in marital counseling, it happens so much of the time.
Why is it so hard to do that?
Because people get into habits. It's worked before. You know, it's like if I ask for what I need, I get it. So I'll do more of it and more of it and more of it. But then you overwhelm the other person.
But isn't it correct to say that almost all the religious traditions and most therapies focus on getting people closer rather than separating them? I mean, you're suggesting the paradox that sometimes when people have a relationship, they got to move away from one another.
Absolutely.
That's the reverse.
It's counterintuitive, but it works.
The codependency literature talks a lot about attachment.
Right, but you see, several of you have raised other well-known therapists and things that they've done. The fact that you're all coming up with the names of all these other people suggests that they are all looking at the same thing. What is that thing? What is the human phenomenon that this is about? What is the nature of being human that gets us into this bind? Resistance.
The assumption is that all people in relationships have the same need for closeness and separateness, and that's a false assumption. The assumption that I make in my work is that people have different needs for closeness and separateness and have to continually negotiate that throughout their relationship. And I think when people come in, if you assume that one person is pursuing another and the other person is leaving, if you just leave that person alone, he'll come around, and assume that that person who comes around wants the same degree of closeness, I think you're going to be playing that game for the rest of your life.
All right, fine. Except that in almost every relationship we work with, at some time they wanted the same amount, or they wouldn't have gotten married, or they wouldn't have gotten committed. So then what happens? What shifts?
As I said, I think the assumption is that those needs are going to stay the same throughout the relationship.
Okay. Anybody else want to make any kind of comment on this one? It's in some ways more subtle, in some ways more obvious than the other one. In some ways it's similar to where you get to the persistence, and yet it's different because it puts it in a relational nature. Yes?
I think it's an expression of freedom to be who they want to be rather than having that imposed by their partner. You know, the wife was saying, I want you to be this type of person, I want you to act the way I want you to act. And I'm not saying he's asserting his freedom, but he's...
Mrs. K calls you and tells you, you're not going to believe this, and I really am afraid to say you're going to think I'm crazy, but my husband has just changed into a caterpillar, and I'm going crazy with this thing, not responsive, etc. Would you want to see her, him, or them together? What would you do? Come on, they're calling you all the time with the exact same situation. What do you do?
Tell her, bring him
Huh? I didn't hear you.
in. What I say all the time, bring him in.
Bring him in. In the shoebox. Okay. You'd have them come in together.
I'd see her alone.
How many would have them come in together? I'm just curious. How many would only want to see her? How many would want to see him? Only one of you. What would you do with him? She comes in and she leaves him there. Or he comes in and says, she wanted me to come in, so I've come in. Now what do you do?
Try to make some kind of connection with him as a caterpillar. Find out what it's like to be a caterpillar.
You would relate to him in his caterpillar world.
That's right. But that's
Yes, go ahead.
I would ask him what his wife needed to marry a guy who's going to turn into a caterpillar.
What would you do with him? Would anybody know what to do with him? Well, if you saw them together, what do you do?
I would treat him like he is and respond to him as the person he's being.
What would be your goal? Let me go back a step. The two of them come in, they tell you the story, she's sitting there telling you the whole story, and he's there, a lump on a log, and he's a caterpillar, and she's doing all the talking, and, well, you know, what would be your goal? What would you what would you want to get out of even one session? What would make you feel that you had gotten somewhere, if what happened? Where are you trying to move it?
The short-term goal would get her to become a caterpillar too.
Help them become aware of their inner life.
Yes.
What prevents them from paying attention to themselves individually?
What are we trying to do in this thing, in this relationship? What are we trying to make happen? Yes.
I think we have to ask the people what their goal is. I don't set goals. I try to find out what the people want. So I would simply say, what is your goal?
You wouldn't have any caterpillar. You're trying to separate them.
You're trying to separate them.
But what do they want?
She wants him to no longer, she wants him to be able to have an erection in his terms. All right? She wants him to be a man. She wants him to respond. What does he want? He wants her to leave him alone. Right? Oh, every guy I've met in that position wants her to leave him alone. Now, I want to present to you what I think is the scariest idea I know in terms of life. And it will give you a way of thinking about people and families that is far deeper than the notion of codependency or enabling. One could see this one as she is not trying, but she is enabling him to remain a caterpillar. You could see it that way. If she stayed in there and she couldn't get distance, one would see her dependency and so on. You know. And those are phrases that have become popular. There is a major reason why I call this metamorphosis and what I was after. Because what I was trying to say with this is that the person who is so-called enabling, so-called codependent, and so on, is usually thought of as contributing to the other symptom. What I'm trying to suggest is that kind of functioning will transform the being of the other, and that is a far deeper idea. That when you are in an over-functioning position in relationship to another human being, not only will you probably not change them, and when I say change them, meaning get them to get rid of their symptom, which is what one is usually trying to do, you will change them, but in a different sense. You will have an effect on their being, and this is a much deeper concept than simply something that talks about it on the symptomatic level. Now, here's what I'm after. As you may know, in recent years, there's been a lot of focus on the immunological system. And there is an awareness, a growing awareness, that disease may not be the presence of a pathogen, but the failure of the immunological system to deal with it. So that we are not in some kind of roulette world where some people are unlucky enough to get a carcinogen, a virus, or a bacterium in them. We all got all of them in us. The issue is not the presence of the pathogen, it is the response of the organism to it. The immunological system learns. The immunological system develops habits, and it can deal with new responses that it's never met with before. We don't come into this world with a complete set of antibodies, as, for example, compared to a woman's ovaries. By her own 6th fetal week, it is already determined how many eggs she will have. And when they're used up, they're used up. But that is not true with the immunological system. The immunological system grows and develops and learns. Now, one of the intriguing things, if you start reading in immunology, is that everything that is true about immunology is true about self. You can find everything you will read from here on in your life about immunology, read an article anywhere, you will realize, if you pay attention to it, that every statement that is made about the immunological system is also true about self. Lewis Thomas in The Lives of a Cell points out that if it weren't for an immunological system, all protoplasm would be one glob on this planet. In other words, it was only with the development of an immunological system that the discrete category of self came into existence. In fact, if you take creatures that don't have immunological systems and put them together and touch them to one another, they're far down in the phylogenetic scale, they glob. They become one. The immunological response has been defined as the capacity to distinguish self from non-self. That sounds Bowenian, but it is scientific the way it is described. That the immunological system is the capacity to distinguish self from non-self. Because not only do you need immunology, an immunological system, to ward off pathogens, you need it to love. If you didn't have an immunological system, you couldn't dare touch another person. This is the other side. The other side is transplant rejection. The reason that transplants are rejected is because the immunological system recognizes immediately that this is non-self. And part of the problem is, of course, in transplant, to try to pick an organ or something that's of the same genetic background, as if to fake out the immunological system. But of course, that's such a materialistic view of biology. There's the possibility that the immunological system is so much a part of the existential self of the being that it knows that that kidney that's genetically identical is not the same. That's a very deep idea, if you're following. In all events, or could an immunological system, recognizing the value of the foreigner, learn not to reject? Could that be done with biofeedback? This is very, very deep, basic stuff about humanity that is just beginning to develop. This full awareness of what immunology is. It is not simply a set of antibodies, T cells, B cells, and so on. There's something bigger about it. Now, in the early 1970s, an experiment was done in France that has been repeated many times and therefore is considered today to be scientifically valid. The researchers took two creatures that did not have immunological systems, and it moved them closer and closer together, but not to the point of touching, which if it had happened, they'd have globbed. At a particular threshold of distance, the smaller one began to disintegrate, and within 24 hours had totally lost it. The researchers then experimented further to try to figure out what the larger one had done to the smaller one, and eventually satisfied themselves with the notion it had done nothing. It had not secreted anything, it had not reached out and killed it, or anything like that. And their bottom line was, we have induced auto-destruction by bringing this creature into proximity with a member of its own species. This will only happen within the same species. Well, the ramifications of that are extraordinary, because it suggests that protoplasm needs space to function effectively. I'm after something far deeper than a symptom. Now, for whatever reason I do not know, it appears that animals that are lower down the phylogenetic scale than human beings don't have this problem, whereas the human being who's way out on that scale mirrors what these most basic organisms do. What I'm suggesting to you is that what over-functioning, to use a term, enabling codependency does is it closes the space between you and that other creature, and what you then do by that is induce auto-destruction. So it isn't that you do in the other one, you affect the field, and it is the field that does in the other one. Well, the ramifications of that, it seems to me, are enormous. Its connection to paradox as a technique is, ultimately what paradox will do over and over again is affect the field and put in the space. What you will hear from me more, we're going to take a break in a few minutes, what you will hear from me throughout is that the major function or effect of paradox is on the paradoxer. And that as long as you think of paradox as something to affect the other one, you will close the space and it won't work. And that to the extent you understand that the function of paradox is what it does to you, and therefore the field, and therefore the other one, to that extent it can sometimes be miraculous. Now, subtly, I'm suggesting, of course, something else, too. I'm suggesting that almost all the helping professions are dealing with information that is irrelevant to the process of change. And that the reason we're stuck constantly is because the information we're getting. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm questioning its relevance. Ultimately, what I'm after consistently is the presence of the change artist. Presence of the change artist. That what I think is presence. P-R-E-S.
Last word.
Huh?
Artist.
The change artist. Yeah. Well, you people down here talk with a different accent, so it's... what I'm going to emphasize consistently, let me put in a personal thing. I've been a professional change artist for 31 years. I started out as a garden variety reform rabbi and had a garden variety suburban synagogue in the Washington area. It was after that I decided I really wanted to get involved in therapy. During those first 5 years, I'd also been in psychoanalysis, the real thing. Now, over the next 25 years, all of this in the Washington area, I became involved in politics, religion, and psychotherapy. They have some extraordinary similarities in terms of their all being systems of salvation. And the priests function the same way in all three systems. Now, the outstanding feature for me of 31 years in the Washington area is the absence of change. I'm just appalled at it. Just appalled at it. That, yeah, you know, what would be change? Okay, when I can remember it was about 15, 17 years ago, was the first time I saw a black person with an attaché case, you know? It was really something different. Then I saw a woman with an attaché case. That was somehow the symbol to me of the democratization that has occurred in the last 20 years. And I was in a building where IBM had most of the building. When I first went there, the only people in the elevator who had attaché cases were white males. And by the time I left, everybody had one. So that was a kind of change thing for me. But that change has in no way changed the emotional process of that organization. People burn out in the same positions. Transitions are handled the same way. Leadership functions the same way. The emotional process, in other words, what I'm suggesting is most of the changes that we make in society do not affect the emotional process of institutions. What I see going on, and I travel quite a bit. The book that I wrote 5 years ago has gone beyond anything I could have ever imagined and is going all over America, and I get invitations to speak. And what I hear, so that I speak before educators, therapists, clergy, even the military, medical establishment, I hear certain things that are the same everywhere. One thing that I hear is that in all institutions, it is the most recalcitrant, the most passive-aggressive, and the least motivated who are calling the shots. That's true everywhere. It's just a striking phenomenon. The second thing is that wherever I go, the change artists, whether they are business consultants, church consultants, family consultants, focus on administrative change, new programs. They focus on a technical innovation. Okay? Management, administrative, and technical changes. And what I want to submit to you is that that these three things, management, technical, and administrative changes, do not change emotional process. That the only thing that will change emotional process is the nature of the presence of the change artist. The change artist must, by his or her, and I'll talk later, what kind of presence that is, must have some kind of catalyzing effect on the system. Where I'm coming from on the whole issue of paradox is this sort of thing. That the generally speaking, the information that we get doesn't work, doesn't help us change people for more than a week, a month, or a year. See, that's the other thing. If you've been a rabbi in the same community for 31 years, you watch a whole generation go by. And I've done weddings for children whose parents I've married, and for parents whose children I married when they come around the second time. And you just watch this recycling of things. In Washington, almost everybody, or at least in Bethesda, almost everybody is either a therapist or in therapy. I mean, it's just, you know. What has struck me is that while most forms of therapy have some degree of success in helping people cope with their life, it does not change multi-generational transmission. It does not change what gets passed on from one generation to the next, and that's why there's the recycling of symptoms. So again, where I'm coming from consistently is trying to understand how do you affect emotional process. I have wound up with the notion that it is the presence of the change artist that can do it. You can't do it overnight. I just want to look for... I had another one to show you. And where I'm going to go after the break is to talk more about some of these ideas. As I said, for those of you who came late, I'm really spending this morning just developing the issue. After lunch, I'll go into the more practical sides of it. I want to, as an end of this first part this morning, read you one more story. Some of you have heard this because I've used it before, I think, down around here. It's called The Curse. And it is my fantasy of why we're not more effective. And so it's kind of a creation story.
Dr. Friedman, could we have the break and then read the story?
I don't want to do that. I want to end it. Is there a reason you want to do that?
Well, the coffee is out here.
Oh, my God. If I may just do this, because it just seems to fit better. I don't know. It's the way I wanted to do it. It just seems to culminate. Because I don't want to have discussion of it. I just want you to go out with it, all right? Anyway, again, what I said, this is my fantasy of why we're not more effective, okay? It's called the curse. Shortly after man and woman had been expelled from the Garden of Innocence, the Holy One turned to his favorite messenger and said, "Satan, I need a curse." "What kind?" asked the servant. "One that will last forever," replied the master of creation. "That will be difficult," Satan responded. "I know," said the Holy One, "that's why I've come to you. This one will require all your ingenuity and skill. It must get to the very essence of human existence, transcending culture and error." "What went wrong with the first one?" asked the Prince of Darkness. "Well, there was nothing wrong with the idea," said the Lord of all, "but it turns out that some of these creatures actually love to work by the sweat of their brow." "I'll get right on it." 6 days later, Satan returned. "My committee has been discussing this without pause. Every time we thought we found it, we realized there was a flaw in the plan. It's very hard to encumber these new creatures in any permanent way. Very persistent, you know. That life force is really something. But finally, we found the perfect solution. Our problem was we kept trying to fight the life force rather than going with it. Anyway, here's the idea. As we know, what most differentiates these creatures from their lower forms is that they have far more capacity for deep emotional bonds, due in part to their higher intellects, the length of the early dependency period, and so on. Anyway, it just hit us. Why not create a way for these bonds to turn into binds? "Terrific," said the Lord of all. "How is it to be done?" Satan grinned, then added tersely, "Well, basically, no one will marry the person that is good for them. Everyone will marry the one who brings out the worst in them. Weaknesses and vulnerabilities will be the real lures. Everyone will choose a mate based on their bad habits rather than their good ones. No one will choose a partner who challenges him or her to grow. Everyone will choose mates who play into the very games they're used to playing, instead of being attracted to those who strengthen their own assets. But here's the best part. It will all be done unwittingly in a fog that resembles love, but that will come to be called romance. And they will use their brains to write paeans of praise to this romance, so that their intelligence will fake them out even further until they are unable to distinguish intimacy from dependency." "It sounds good," said the Creator, "but I have one reservation. Suppose a few of these creatures do marry into strengths, or worse, after finding out what we've done to them, make efforts to extricate themselves from these dilemmas." "Don't worry, boss," said Satan. "We're going to create an institution called divorce. If things get so bad that they can't tolerate one another, they'll be free to separate and make the same mistake all over again with a new partner." "That's not what I meant," replied the Master of the Universe. "Suppose some of these creatures decide to do something about their condition. Suppose they decide not to escape, or suppose some learn from their mistakes. They might begin to deal with one another differently and get some understanding and pass that understanding on to others, and then produce children whom they teach and rear in these new habits. If such a mutation occurred, the whole thing in no time would lead to some evolutionary process, and who knows where it would all end." "Well, I hadn't thought of that," said Satan. "I'll call another meeting of my committee." 6 days went by again, and a new plan was ready. "I think we solved the problem," he reported. "You were absolutely right. We did some projections on the future course of things, and just as you suggested, that kind of evolutionary process nullifying the curse would have occurred and spread as rapidly as a plague somewhere around the end of the 19th century. But we found a way that's guaranteed to retard such a growth process. And the beautiful part is that just like the curse, it will be nourished by human strengths rather than countered by them. Like the curse, it will join that side of being human that denies life's biological origins, the secret connection that unifies creation. Instead, it will continue the curse's success in perverting humanity's most distinguishing characteristic, its intelligence, against itself. We've got it programmed to appear at just the right time, too, early part of the 20th century. "Wonderful," exclaimed the Lord of Hosts. "What will it be called?" "Well," asked the devil, "how about psychotherapy?" After a break is go to questions, because I think that during a break people start talking and they get more distance and get more thoughts about it. So I'd like to spend some time just listening to your questions.
What similarity is there between what you're talking about the enabler destroying a field? How is that compared with the idea of violation of another's boundary?
think how I want to go about that one. Question was, when I talked about the idea that the enabler was, I don't know that I said destroying the field, but that the enabler was affecting the field, you said, how is that different than the other one's boundaries? And this raises a major metaphysical, philosophical question about relationships and people and families and so on. I'm just trying to think whether I want to deal with that right now. It's an important question. Hang on, let me hear. I got a long answer to that one. So let me listen to some other questions. Don't let me go on without coming back to it, okay? Yes.
Well, I don't know if it's along the same lines or not, but you talked about the person who's the overfunctioner or codependent and respecting the kind of central being of the other person. It sounded to me like that awarded a lot of power to that person, and I was wondering, what about, the other person who's being affected, allowing that to happen? How does that play in?
One of the things that, in terms of where I'm coming from, and I started to get onto it just before the break, was I have been involved in all these efforts to bring change to society. I worked for 2.5 years for the White House when the Civil Rights Movement just began, running around the country trying to help communities integrate fair housing when there wasn't any legislation. So I was involved in politics. And just being in Washington, I've watched it. And I've obviously been involved in religion and psychotherapy. And what I'm just struck by over and over again is why the human race has so much difficulty bringing change to itself when it is so successful in other areas. And I keep asking myself the question, could it be that the reason we have so much difficulty is the way we set up the problem to begin with? That the problem is not finding new answers, the problem is changing the question. Now, as many of you know, my major training in the field of family therapy has been with Murray Bowen. And I also studied with, or was trained by, an existential psychoanalyst named Les Farber. And I'll put together some of the major ideas I got from the two of them, so that you'll have somewhat of an idea of where I'm coming from, because even the way you phrase questions to me, I don't think that way. And that's my problem. My problem is to come up and try to explain really different conceptual mode. And the problem is to buy what I'm suggesting. That's why I read that last fable. It's to suggest that there's a virus in our thinking that began a long time ago, you see, and that it just gets replicated in our establishments. By the way, several people at the break asked me about the Fables. The book will come out published by my same publisher, Guilford, who did my first book, Generation to Generation, and the tentative title is Friedman's Fables. We haven't come up with a better one yet. And they will come out originally it was going to be this summer, now it may not be till the fall. It's 24 or 25 fables. How many of you were in, I guess in New Orleans? How many were at the AMFT conference where I did that thing on Oedipus and Faust and Cassandra? That will be in there too. In fact, that is going to be published in the journal, the AMFT journal, the Oedipus, Cassandra, Faust thing. It's a dialogue between Oedipus and Faust and Cassandra. And my publisher is Guilford in New York. They have an 800 number if you just call the 800 information. And but the other thing we could do if you want is there a mailing list of everybody who attended? All right, I'll just get the mailing list. Then you watch out for it, and I'll try to get the mailing list to give it to the publisher so you'll all... But if you're a member of any of the usual organizations, you'll get an announcement on it anyway. The book is going to come out in two forms. One is a general trade book, but then there's going to be a pamphlet on how to use the fables. In other words, there'll be questions, 10 to 20 discussion questions on each fable, and an essay on communication and some other stuff that will go with it. Now, get back to some basic stuff. Let me start with Farber. Les Farber was a training analyst, which is a very high position in the Psychoanalytic Institute. He was an existential analyst. He didn't believe in interpretations. He believed in staying with the phenomenology. What can you actually talk about? Stop interpreting people's heads. He wrote a book I guess it's now 25 years ago, called The Ways of the Will. Farber's thesis was that all neurosis and psychosis was a disorder of the will, and basically came about when people tried to will what can't be willed. Now, as a rabbi, I eventually put that together with Genesis. Early Genesis has as its purpose distinguishing a human being from a god. And the stories in early Genesis come up with criteria for what's the difference between a human being and a god. And there's three, and they're very clear. They have to do with omniscience, omnipotence, and immortality. Whereas a god is omniscient and omnipotent, all-knowing and all-powerful, and immortal, not dieable, human beings differ from gods in those three major respects. So that as a quasi-religious, psychoanalytic, therapeutic statement, it would be that whenever you violate one of those distinctions between a human and a god, you're set up for neurosis or psychosis. And it's there. Whenever you try to will, through knowledge, through power, through the basic nature of being the human nature and the frailty of being human, whenever you try to violate those three, you're in trouble. Now, as I became a family therapist, and I'd heard those ideas before I did, and I got associated with Murray Bowen, I realized Bowen was talking about the exact same thing. He was after the exact same issue. And what came to me eventually was the recognition that the families that exhibit the most severe symptomatologies, there is always intense will conflict. You can bank on that. Suicide, anorexia, schizophrenia, and maybe cancer. You will consistently see that. The first thing I try to do with any family I am working with is to reduce the will conflict. Because and by will conflict, I mean the effort to will another to change. Nobody has ever succeeded at that process for more than a week. And his marvelous experience in Mannheim, Germany, I did a workshop for the general staff of the U.S. Army. To my knowledge, nobody's ever done this. And I had 18 generals each day with most of their wives. And I was presenting to them similar ideas to what we have here. At the end of the second day, a general with 3 stars, the head of an army corps, that's 2 panzer divisions, the pattern of today, he gets up and he says, he says, one of our problems is that the sergeant majors keep getting the new recruits out of bed in the morning, and we tell them that won't make them very good soldiers in the field. And then he turns to the entire group at the end of the day and he says, but from what Ed is saying up here, we're not going to have any more luck changing the sergeant majors than they are changing the new recruits. Wow. How different is that from going into a psychiatric hospital with all kinds of new ideas, and you're going to change these patients with all these new ideas, and the chronic head nurses come in at night and change it all back again. Or going into any educational institution, or any church or synagogue or anything where there is a chronic executive secretary who will change everything back no matter how hard you try, and so on. Well, you see, one of the things I realized when that general was speaking was he's got 3 stars on his shoulder and he commands more weaponry than exploded in all of World War II, and he can't change the goddamn sergeant major. Well, what is that about? You see? And, talk about authority, talk about power, he's got it. It's on his shoulder, it's under his command, and he can't do anything to change the soul of the people he's over. And yet we go around thinking we can do it. That it is just so clear to me that this is a human phenomenon so far beyond psychotherapy. And I think psychotherapy is stuck not because we don't have the right answer, but because the whole Northeast interlocking intellectual directorate is stuck. In other words, the intellectual cauldron of America that begins somewhere up in Maine and ends usually in Washington, and maybe it gets down through North Carolina and Atlanta. But that whole thing, which is the intellectual cauldron of the United States, thinks in ways that I think get us stuck. What are those ways? Those ways, basically, what is basic to that way of thinking is the assumption that the cortex can change another cortex. That if you just come up with the right idea in your head, you can get through to somebody else's head. And that ain't true. And yet, we are, no matter what the problem is in any family, we're all doing the same thing. What it leaves out, for example, is the very strong possibility that insight only works with people who are motivated to change. And most of us are running around trying to put insight into unmotivated people. And that's a colossal error. You see, most of the therapies were developed by people working with motivated people. But most of the people we work with are not motivated. And the issue is not insight, it is motivation. How do you get people functioning? Well, one of the things, just to jump ahead of that, is by putting them in pain. And if you can't increase your threshold for another person's pain, they ain't going to get motivated. Well, that sure runs against all the focus on empathy and all that other stuff. In order to be able to do paradox, whatever that means, you've got to increase your threshold for other people's pain. You can't paradox other people up if you're too sensitive. A fable I haven't written is about an insect that doesn't have feelers. And it goes through life clumsily, bouncing off tables, bumping into other bugs. It just is a mess. And they come to it and say, we can now do a feeler transplant. It's terrific. So they wait for the same bug of the same species and so on to die, take off the feelers, transplant it, bandage it up. And at the end of the week, they take the bandages off, and for the first time in its life, this insect is able to, it's called sensitivity, this fable. It senses everything that's going on. Well, it's overwhelmed so much by all the information it gets that it never functions again. And as I see it, sensitivity, and I think people in the helping professions have a certain fine-tuned sensitivity that people not in the helping professions often don't have. And the problem is, how do you use that sensitivity to get you more awareness, but not let it encumber you and trap you and bind up your feelings to such an extent that you can't function clearly? Now, where I think we get in trouble is when we pit our intellects, our cortex, against somebody else's. Resistance is not just in the other one. Resistance is in the relationship. Resistance is the byproduct of some kind of transaction. Yes, there are people who are more likely to be resistant. But as I see what goes on in the worlds of psychotherapy, in the worlds of education, in the worlds of religion, is the assumption that all we have to do is give people a new program, a new idea, point out to them what's wrong, and they'll change. You know? Well, if that were true, we could do it in a supermarket. We could have it labeled. What's your problem? Come in and we'll have booths in the supermarket for whatever your problem is. What we are dealing with is disorders of the will. What we are consistently dealing with is perversity. That's why that fable has Satan do that thing. It is as though Satan tricked us all into focusing on the wrong information. The pursuit of, I read that long list to you, the pursuit of all this information about pathology, about learning all the pathologies and learning all the techniques, has become in the helping professions a form of substance abuse. It functions in exactly the same way. Whenever therapists feel anxious, they go out and read another book. They go out and go to another conference. They go and learn another technique. They want to know, here's a new disease, how do we find the solution to that? It's an unending process. And like any substance abuse, we reach a toleration level too quickly, and then we get anxious and we got to go out and get more. And we get hooked. There is an alternative to that way of thinking. It has to do with the notion that it is the nature of your presence in any system that has the capacity to change it, not because you come up with the right programmatic suggestion. Yes, there are times when you can give somebody just the right idea and they're looking for it and they're motivated and it will work. But for the most part, they're not the problem. So that, you see, when the question comes up, as was raised here, if we look at that relationship, and it sounds like I'm saying one person has a lot of power to control the other one, shouldn't the other one take responsibility? Well, I don't know quite how to explain this. I heard from Murray Bowen years ago a statement which has just grown with me over the years. It was something like, if you've got an overfunction or underfunctioner relationship, the underfunctioner can never start moving till the overfunctioner backs off. That you always got to work first with the overfunctioner. That generally is true in my experience. There are some rare exceptions. The reason why is because of the mutual adaptation that occurs in the relationship. And the one who is adapted in an underfunctioning way can go into a no-self collapse. It is possible if the interdependency is deep enough and the fusion. You know, Bowen uses the phrase fusion rather than enmeshment. And as you may be aware, it's cute to watch this stuff because no Bowen-trained therapist would ever use the word enmeshed, and no Mnuchin-trained therapist would ever use the word fusion. I mean, these words have become political rhetoric. Now, the reason Bowen has used the word fusion is because he's trying to get back to that cellular analogy. And from where I stand now, I believe two human beings, if you close the space enough between them, and you want to close space with another person, I can teach you how to do it. I can teach anyone in this room how to dysfunction another person. You just go in there and get inside their head, and you probe their thinking processes, and you overfunction everywhere possible, and you do everything you can to erode the boundaries between you. Now, there are two variables. As hard as you try it, and it's hard to do it if you're not doing it pathologically, it's just hard to keep up that persistence. But you also must be in connection with somebody else who is given to giving up their self. And when you get that going, when it reaches a certain threshold, it's almost impossible to unlock it again. In its worst forms, that's what schizophrenia is. In its worst forms, that may be what cancer is. Last week, I found out that the woman who had been my secretary, who I'd been very close to 20 years ago, and I haven't seen in a long time, died of cancer. The woman who had been my secretary in my first synagogue 5 years ago, died of cancer. Both of these women were extraordinarily similar in that they came out of broken homes, came out of situations where they had a great desire to please, were vacuum cleaners for responsibility. I mean, they just sucked it up. They took over. They were the life of every relationship they were in. They were cheerleaders. They were pacemakers. But what nobody focuses on is they were in identical marriages. So, again, the Northeast Interlocking Intellectual Directorate focuses on the cancer personality. It doesn't ask the silhouette. It doesn't ask what kind of men were women like that tended to be married to. And both these women were married to the identical kind of man. I've been fooling around with something, I don't know whether I'd ever write an essay on it, called The Case of the Charming Widower. I am just struck by the extent to which I have found widowers who lost their wives relatively early in life who were charming. And charm, in my experience, always shows up in passive people. That is, charming people do not tend to be, how should I put it, people who really take charge about themselves. There's something else about it. And I've tried to understand this phenomenon, and the only way I can understand it is, certainly with these two men, you'd have described them as nice, charming, but you'd have seen they were passive. But the passivity is not just like they wouldn't take the garbage out. The passivity is in their whole way of getting another person to be responsible for everything that happens. In effect, in my own mind, these guys function like viruses, and they take over the existential DNA of their wives. But there's the other variable. Why does that wife let it happen? Not all wives do. Consistently, what I see happening, if you've got a severe symptom in a relationship, notice how I even put that, that was a slip. If you've got a severe symptom in a person, over and over again, I watch for those two variables. One is the extent to which the non-symptomatic partner is invasive, and the other is the extent to which the symptomatic one has lost the capacity for self-regulation, lost the capacity to immunize him or herself to the invasiveness of the other. That's the level at which I think symptoms form, and I think all the stuff we hear in psychotherapy, family therapy, and so on, misses that essential ingredient in it. Where paradox comes in, and I'll talk more practically after lunch about it, is paradox can be a way of interfering with the stable patterns that are there. It will never cure the system, but it can interfere with the stable pathological patterns in the couple, as well as the way the therapeutic profession might deal with that person. I have a woman who has just come in to see me. And I don't know a lot yet about her multi-generational tradition. She's got 2 kids. She's a very successful, over-functioning woman in real estate everywhere. Her husband is a newspaper correspondent for one of America's big newspapers. And she recently, I think she has vaginal cancer. So she's in all kinds of chemo and radiation therapy. She's about 45, very bright woman. And she came to see me in large part because her closest friend has been in supervision with me for many years. She's heard from her something about my thinking and so on. And she came in and said straight out, I think I've got to do something about the way I think about life. I think I got to do something about the way I function. Now, yeah, no eraser.
Yeah, right there, right here on
On the beamer.
Right. Beautiful. Bima is the Hebrew word for altar. Etymologically, they're the same. Altar, as in altitude, means high place, and bama is the Hebrew word for high place. So, they're the same. What I do with this woman is I draw her on the board like this. I say, you know, this is your family. And sometimes she's got a mother in there, too. I say, you know, there ain't much of you showing. What I'll do is erase the inner part. Okay? Understand, what I'm after is to get some depth of change in her thinking and functioning that's way beyond simply saying, why don't you let everybody take care of themselves? Why don't you defect in place and so on? All that rational stuff. So what I do is I then fill out the whole thing like this, okay? There's those three people in her life. And I say, this is the outline of yourself. One woman once said to me, they look like lesions. And then I say, what I want to do is I want to get you out here. I want you to complete yourself out there. If you do that, however, that's only half the problem. Because each one of these creatures is going to feel the pullout that you make, and they will respond predictably to glob you back. Because they are so fused with you, it's like you took some of their cells along with you. If, however, you can learn to stay out here, stay in touch with them, but not get fused back, they will eventually heal and their wounds will close. And then you can relate to each of them from outside of their space. Now, this is an effort, just straightforward, to describe to her what I'm after and to put it in terms that are way beyond practical suggestions. I use this diagram a lot because from the response to it, I get a pretty good idea of a person's capacity for recuperation. Well, she went right to it. And she came in 2 weeks later, so depressed it was unbelievable. Why? Because here it is, she may be dying of cancer, and instead of everybody being helpful, they're sabotaging her left and right. And I try to convey to her that what they're doing is mindless. It's not an effort to control you, it's not an effort, they have no awareness of what they're doing. And you can never get the sabotaging partner to admit it. I have never heard anybody say, well, the reason I had my affair, got drunk, stayed overnight at another person's house, failed my schoolwork and so on, is because my mother or wife is functioning better. I mean, I never heard anybody admit that. It's very lonely out there to do that. Well, she stayed with it, and she came in a couple of weeks later, and she'd gone up to New England to a conference. She came back, and her husband and son met her at the airplane. They had never done that in her life. One of my favorite sayings is, nobody remembers the overfunctioner's birthday. They'll remember the underfunctioner's birthday, but they won't remember the overfunctioner's birthday. It's just taken for granted. In other words, overfunctioners are taken for granted. And when she stopped doing it, they started moving towards her. And she was saying to me that she wanted to move ahead. She thought it would be difficult, but, she was going to keep trying it, and she understood it. Now, I then did something which you may hear as paradoxical or not. It is not something one might think of doing or would normally do. I want to challenge her. I want her to keep moving. She tends too quick to just want a practical suggestion. I said the following thing to her. I said, look, the way this system was structured, you were supposed to die. The fact that you have decided to make differentiating changes is going to backwash the stress to everybody else. What you're having to deal with now is the backlash of your deciding to differentiate from the system and not die. And whenever a person who is heading toward death, from any symptom at all, decides not to, it disrupts the homeostasis of the system terribly. Now, I also said to her, frankly, you could never stay on course and do what you're doing if you didn't have cancer. That's what it takes to stay on course. It has to be a life-threatening thing for somebody to really stay there with it. Sometimes you meet somebody who's got more motivation. But there's nothing like a life-threatening illness to foster differentiation. What I'm simply trying to convey to you is the depth of these problems that I think we deal with and that are given simple labels and where we're taught that a whole myriad of techniques and to get to it. I think the problem is always the same in every family. It is a problem of differentiation. It is a problem of boundaries. It is a problem of space. The way I learned to deal with it, and the model that I've used, I once heard Murray Bowen. I was the only therapist in the audience. He gave a presentation to the local medical society, and I heard about it and I went way, way back. I never heard him do it again. I used it in, I think, chapter 3 of my book. It was so simple and elegant, I couldn't believe it. He said, take any family anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's one parent or two parents and what the gender of the children are and so on. Frankly, symptoms can only surface in one of three locations. It'll surface in the marriage as conflict, distance, or divorce. It'll surface in one of the partners as either a physical or a psychological symptom, and it can surface in one of the children. Those are the three symptom locations for all families on this planet, black or white, Jewish or Christian, Atlanta or Washington, Fiji Islands or America. Those are the same three symptom locations. You can do this with organizations too. Symptoms will surface, depending on the nature of the organizations, always in the same spots. We are focused on location. We are focused on the location of the symptom, and we're focused on the nature of the symptom. What Bowen has taught me is to focus on the nuclear family and the lack of differentiation. And what it leads to is the notion that to the extent you can foster differentiation in that system, that's a broad spectrum antibiotic. It will get to the symptom no matter what the location and no matter what its nature, and that's the most you can do. Say what again? Starting with which period? I'll repeat it. That society has taught us to focus on specialties, on the location of the symptom, 1, 2, or 3. If you go to the average clinic, it's divided up into people who work at 1, 2, or 3.
What is 2 again, please?
A symptom in the person, in one of the marriage partners, either a physical or a psychological symptom. This is a unified field theory of family symptomatology, just like they're trying to put together all the forces of physics. What Bowen has suggested is, if you pursue differentiation, any way you can do it, but it requires your own differentiated presence in the system, and that's where the paradox comes in, to help you remain differentiated. That to the extent you work at that, it doesn't matter, okay, you got an old person who moved in and they're part of that nuclear system too, it still doesn't matter. So in a sense you could, Bowen did leave out, there is a fourth thing, which is the symptom could be in an aged member of the family who's living with the nuclear system. And it's remarkable to me how just as you have child-focused families, you can have aged-focused families. And there's a lot of similarity between the two. But what Bowen was saying was, back off all this focus on specific symptomatology. You don't have to know knowledge of all the pathologies. My way of putting it has been, therapists are being turned into pathologists. There's a difference between being a healer and being a pathologist. It is not necessary to have all kinds of knowledge about specific pathologies to be a healer. What it shifts is the focus from the individual person to the system. But again, the focus comes back to the therapist. The therapist functioning in the system, the kind of presence the therapist puts into the system, is the agent of change. Just like a virus could go in, here you're going in as a healthful thing. So that everything I will say about paradox this afternoon is with this notion in mind. But to get back then to the two questions that were just raised. If the symptom is in this person here, okay? And we go and look at the marriage and we see, you know, there is the other thing, of course, which is the family of origin, but I'll leave that out for the moment. What happens when people come together is that they create an emotional field. If you do not change the emotional field, changes in the behavior of an individual will not necessarily last. That's another way of putting it. Now let me explain what I mean by that. Field theory is something that has developed more and more in the various sciences. It shows up in physics, it shows up in biology, and to some extent this is the introduction of field theory to psychology. A field is an environment of force, okay? But it is a non-material environment of force. Think of gravitational field, think of magnetic field. A field does not have matter to it, but it can only come into existence when matter gets close to matter, okay? Follow that with me. Fields come into existence, environments of force, when matter gets close to matter. The field that comes into existence is not made of matter, it is produced by matter getting close to matter. But here's the great irony, the paradox. Once the field comes into existence, it has more power to influence the matter that brought it into existence than the matter can continue to influence the field. Okay? I'll repeat that again. A field can only come into existence when matter gets close to matter. Gravitational field, magnetic field, and by analogy here, emotional field. You don't get a field until two people get close. 3 people, 4 people, whatever. Once a field comes into existence, it has more power to influence the discrete pieces of matter that brought it into existence than those pieces which brought it into existence can continue to influence the field.
That's something like the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
I guess it's similar to, I don't want to reduce it to that, but I guess it's similar to.
Because it becomes a system.
Well, that is my definition of a system. A system is a set of relationships which, upon achieving homeostasis, functions to maintain that homeostasis through inter-adjusting compensations. But what is the agent of force? It is the field, not somebody in it. So that, to go back to all of this, and what I'm trying to teach here is, when you go in there and you take this hunk of matter and you take it out there and you try to change it, big deal, because it's going to go back into the field. This is why Head Start did not work. This is why most child therapy doesn't work. This is why it is possible to get change in a child without ever seeing a child by working with the parents instead. Because you're working on the field. Now, having said everything I said, there is an exception. The atom which is part of a field, the molecule which is part of a field, the gene which is part of a field, it's unwitting, totally. It has no knowledge of the field. A human being who is part of a field, however, can be taught to become aware of the field they're in, how they respond to that field, and to make changes. That's the difference. I'm going to come at it from still one more way. Just a minute. And all I'm trying to do is disrupt everything you've learned, okay? Understand that? I lost my train of thought. We'll go ahead and go to your question.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I guess what I'm still questioning is I think it's still saying that the two pieces of matter, and let's just say two people, even though the force, the energy between them is so important, I think it's still saying that one piece of matter, the other functioner, still has more influence over...
It is my experience that that's true, yes. But what I'm also saying is they are both caught in something that's bigger than both of them.
So is the field here the emotional system of that family?
Yes, and everything that includes. So that what I'm after all the time is affecting the field. I always keep that in the back of my mind. When you can change the field, the symptom will often atrophy. But it can be very difficult because, this is just a part of the story. The nuclear family is generally within the larger field of an extended family system. And so therefore sometimes sending these people back up into that larger field is the way to do it. But I don't want to get into that too much. Here was the idea I lost my train of thought on. And it's a way of, traditionally, science has focused on components. It has focused on the nature of matter, and traditionally it has asked questions about what are the basic constituents of something. So that in physics, at one time they thought the atom was the basic thing. The word atom means uncuttable. And then it got cut. And so there's electrons and neutrons and protons. And then they went further to leptons and quarks and so on. And there is this constant effort to get down deeper and deeper into the basic pieces of matter. There is, however, in physics, another way of thinking, which is to recognize that it is the fields that count and not necessarily those basic elements, knowing more about them, except as knowing about them teaches you more about the field. Something similar has happened in astronomy and something similar has happened in biology. That is the movement toward field theory. For example, in biology, there is a school called the materialist school, for want of a better term, which says that everything that happens is reducible to genes. Have any of you ever asked yourself what a gene looks like? What is a gene made of? Do you think of it as a button? Do you think of it as a switch? What is a gene? Well, I never knew until recently. I started doing reading in microbiology, and I guess I saw it as, those buttons on a chromosome or something. A gene is simply a strand of DNA. It is a set of chemical bases that must connect in a certain way, and they're capped at one end or another to form a gene. But they're basically made up of chemical bonds, and they are therefore susceptible to the chemistry of the body. In other words, what we have is not a genetic program, but a genetic pool. And genes are affected by body chemistry, and since the body chemistry is affected by emotions, ultimately genes can be affected. Not that they know so much that you would change their structure, but their expression, whether or not they express themselves, can be affected by the emotional system of a person and a family. It all comes together. There is another school of biology called, for want of a better name, the structuralist school. The structuralist school says, and structuralism is another term for systems, that organized structures have their own principles of organization within them, and they are not reducible to elementary parts. So that, for example, you can take, with an embryo, a chick embryo, you can take cells that are supposed to produce a wing, put them in the location that's supposed to produce a limb, and they'll produce something that's half wing and half limb, suggesting that the location on the embryo is as significant as the nature of the cell. You can, by rotating the axis of symmetry of certain amphibian embryos, make the embryo produce twins. It's by changing the position. What has happened as the result of microbiology and the new awareness that has, the deeper perceptions you can get of basic things, has been more evidence for the notion that there is something in the structure of things that determines the way parts of that same thing function. And it isn't reducible down to basic components. Well, if you carry that thinking across to families, that is precisely the difference between family therapy and individual therapy. Individual therapy has been the assumption that human beings are the basic constituent of organizations, and that if you want to understand how an organization functions, you look at the individuals. There is some awareness that there's such a thing as group process. What family therapy, I think, is presenting as a really new way of thinking, and I no longer know whether that's just Bowen's way of thinking of family therapy, or whether if you had a conversation with anybody else in the family therapy field, ultimately they'd agree or not, I don't know. What I do know is that family systems therapy offers a way of thinking about people and families that is analogous to what is going on in physics and astronomy and biology, which is the awareness that a structure contains its own principles of organization, that they are in the field, and that to reduce that to just the way the members are functioning is to fail to recognize that other level of inquiry. Now, to my mind, what that other level of inquiry leads to is this: that if you can become part of another field, any field, made up of any people, any organization, and not get homogenized into it, and preserve yourself, you can induce a change in the field. That would be as true in your own nuclear family as any organization you belong to. And I think it's the key to therapy. Obviously, this way of thinking doesn't even conceive of short-term therapy. I think it takes 3 to 4 years to change a family. I don't think those people have to come every week. After a year or two, they can come once a month. But it takes that long to produce a change, a sustainable change in a field. Ultimately, what I'm going to suggest this afternoon is that the major thing, again, that paradox can do for you is enable you to preserve yourself in another system, in another systems field. Questions on where I've been so far? Yes.
By being in but not of a field, it seems to me you're modeling differentiation by your presence.
I agree with everything except model.
Where you suggest the possibility of a different field by staying out of their field.
Your term model suggests that the others see what's happening and copy you. I don't think it works that way. I think you have an effect on the field and the field has an effect on them. It's not like they get some awareness of a new way to function.
Okay.
It is the nature of your presence that affects them. Actually, this is not the place, maybe it is this afternoon, where I speak to primarily clergy organizations. I talk about leadership from this point of view. That the notion of leadership as modeling is again one of those shibboleths, one of those myths. I've never seen any evidence for the fact that modeling works. You can be as good a model as you want, and some people will follow you, and some people will go contrary to you. I think there's another way of understanding leadership where you understand how it is your presence that affects the field. But I'd rather hang on to that till this afternoon. Yeah.
Sounds to me like you didn't emphasize part of this, but it needs to be.
I didn't emphasize what?
One part of what you said, and that is that you must enter the field as well as remain separate individuals.
Yes.
So there's the paradox for the therapist.
Well, it's the paradox for really any leader. What I've been doing is talking about what I call leadership through self-differentiation, in which I say, not only must you be separate, you must stay connected or you can't have an effect.
It has to be both.
Absolutely. You cannot, it is your presence that gives your technique modifying potential.
You're not going to qualify just the word presence, because I think there is a difference.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand what you were getting at.
You must be connected in some way to the system, and just being in the room with a family does not connect you to the system.
Yeah, I'd have no problem with the word connected. I'm using the word presence in that sense. You got to be there.
Really be there.
Yeah. Yes.
I was wondering if you read Ernie Rossi's latest book on the psychobiology of mind body healing, because it talks very similar.
Well, there's a lot of people who are coming at it. Thank you. Yes.
Going back to the woman who had cancer, and you were showing her the model of how you would like her to be and all that. If she moves in the direction of whatever she thinks is taking care of herself or doing what she thinks is differentiating, is it just a matter of depth or degree? If she's just addressing her symptom, or if she's actually changing the field? That's my question.
Not really, no.
At what point is she simply changing the symptom and not becoming an overfunctioner in her family? And at what point does that change the field? I mean, is it a matter of long sustained change? A matter of long sustained change? Or
To the extent you were the person that the system organized itself around, you have tremendous power. Okay? So this woman has tremendous power. The same position that put her in stress also gives her power. If this woman makes significant changes in it, it will change the field because the field is so organized around her. I hope that helps explain.
so the person in the field can be just as powerful in changing the field
Yes,
as the field is in changing.
right. And that ultimately what it may mean is what our presence has to do is foster some differentiation in some person who we can then coach to continue in that direction. Yes.
I've been dealing with several cases lately where there's breast cancer and the marriage, working with the marriage at the same time. And I'm very much aware is that field between that couple is creating a lot of the difficulties. I'm not saying specifically because of the cancer, but then the dependency of the wife upon the husband for income, support, insurance, and all this creates a powerful predicament for working with that couple.
Well, I'm going to talk off the top of my head on this, but you see, it seems to me that I wouldn't work with the couple. I would work with the one who's most motivated to change that field. And I'd probably try to see those women alone. But I have to add, secondly, I think when women talk about money and they don't have the money and they don't have the resources to stand up to their husband, who's a wimp and he's complaining about how his wife spends him at a house and home and he can't stop her from spending anything. It's who can intimidate whom, and it's not to do with the resources.
What about just the opposite? On the woman who is very nurturing and very loving and very caring, and the husband who loves that.
What?
And responds positively to that. And then there's the triangle child who comes in there.
Well, okay, I was just trying to respond to the danger of assuming that when people don't take stands for themselves, it's because of the environment and the conditions. I don't buy that. But the other thing I'm thinking of is maybe to affect that field, you have to see one.
After what?
You have to see one of them and not the two of them together. But I really don't want to get into too much of that one. I want to stay on the broader thing we've got about. I have one more major idea I want to present to you.
Is the therapist, is therapy or leadership the only way then to change it? And keep it.
Well, I would have never said that. Why did you raise that?
No, I'm wondering if there's anything else that could change the field in the same way.
Well, see, this is what I think was, again, part of my experience as a rabbi, which was observing which families recovered, and many of them recovered spontaneously from what ailed them, and seeing which families were quickest to go to a therapist and which were not. I mean, in the Washington area today, families send their kids to therapists because they're not doing their homework. I mean, it's helplessness. Helplessness in the parent is probably the major thing that keeps child therapists in business. But I would never say that therapy is the only way to change these things.
How else would you change it?
Or would I change it? No, I think spontaneous things occur that constantly change families. I'm not getting to what you...
No, well, I'm wondering what else could. In other words, what else can happen in a situation where there's different...
In a situation like this? Oh, I don't know. The woman's sister could die and her mother would start getting closer to her. There could be some change in the extended family.
You know, all those rites of passage that you talked about, all changing.
Yeah.
Spontaneous cure is really a phrase we use when we really don't know what caused the change.
Well, I just wanted to respond to the particular question that in no way would I try to suggest that only an outside intervention will do it. Any other questions, just generally on what I'm saying here about systems? I have one more idea I want to convey to you before we stop.
One more general kind of question. When you begin to move beyond the focus on the individual particles of matter and begin to expand it to more systems view, do you go one step further? Do you place this system within a larger system and talk about the influence of larger systems on
Well, I'm a chalk and eraser loser. Did anybody see? Anybody see the eraser?
Behind the floor, right behind the wheel. On the other side.
Like one of those eye testings, I can't see. The question was raised about other systems. Here's the way I've been thinking about things. This is a cell. Here's an organ. Here's an organism. Here's a group of organisms called a family. You could go beyond that. I'm going to make that the widest one, the family level. You can go beyond that to a culture and a civilization and a cosmos and keep going out. What I think may be true is that every level of organization replicates the inner level. And that ultimately, all forms of social organization on this planet mirror cellular responses, and maybe even composed of cellular responses. What happened when the first eukaryotic cell, the first cell to develop a nucleus, appeared and said to the other cells, hey, I'm different, I got a nucleus, I don't have to clone? What was the response of all the other cells to the first cell with a nucleus? You know, it's a fable I have in mind, that first eukaryotic cell telling all the other cells that it has choices. Well, is that different than what happens in families when one member develops a nucleus? When one of the members says, I don't want to be part of the colony in the same way. I ain't going to leave you all, but my nucleus gives me choices. I don't have to clone. I don't have to reproduce in the same way everybody else is. I don't have to react the same way everybody else does. And the colony is going to get upset. Well, I could give you, I don't have the list with me. I've been working on a list of basic cellular transactions that are replicated in families. There's a whole lot of very interesting ones. My own view is these are the four that are key for us, and we should always be thinking this way rather than going out that way. I would not focus on, well, okay, one more now. I made a major switch in my life at some point, I don't know when it was, in which instead of trying to help families by seeing society change, I decided that society can only change when families change. And I reversed my perspective on it. Mnuchin, for example, has gone in the exact opposite direction in the last 5 to 10 years and has moved out and said, how can we change society as a way of helping families? I've gone the other way. Now, just one simple example of something. There have been some studies in the last few years recently in which an effort was made to stop the malignant process in leukemic cells by making them grow up. The idea is that cancer is not pathology, it's immaturity. Why? Because the normal cellular growth process is a cell differentiates from its mother cell, it specializes by colonizing with similar type cells, and in the process of that, it stops replicating. I'm not sure anybody knows why it stops replicating when it goes through differentiation and specialization, but they do. Cancer cells are opposite in all three respects. They never differentiate, they never specialize, and they keep on replicating. So, said these researchers, what is missing is a growth factor. And it's interesting, because what they did was suggest that growth is basically an issue of self-regulation. A very interesting concept. We might think of growth as an issue of maturity, of getting experience, of development. And they were saying, no, growth is basically an issue of self-regulation. And you will see this afternoon, I will talk about paradox in terms of self-regulation. Anyway, what they did was, they searched for the missing protein that was the growth factor, found it, put it into these leukemic cells, and the cancer process stopped immediately. Now, this was only done in vitro, not in vivo. That is, it has not been done in human beings. It was done in a test tube, in a petri dish. But the experiment has been repeated several times, and there's scientific validity to the notion that cancer is immaturity. Well, how different is that from saying that when you have parents with an acting out child, what you in effect have is the transmission of immaturity from a previous generation? Because I know that without exception, to the extent I can put the growth factor in the parents, the malignant process stops in the next generation. That inevitably works if you can get this generation of cells to grow up and self-regulate, this generation of cells becomes less malignant. Not only that, it stops metastasis into society. Now, is this analogy or homology? By which I mean, analogy means comparison. Homology means a parallel evolutionary bypath. What I'm suggesting to you as a possibility here is that human beings function like their cells because they're colonies of cells. And organizations, whether they're families or other types of institutions, are colonies of cells. And that what one is dealing with is basic life processes. Always. And that basic life process consistently is the issue between differentiation and togetherness. Togetherness is not bad. It's wonderful. But how do you do it and preserve self? That's the critical issue over and over again. Now, I just simply present this as a way of thinking to show that it's possible to understand all of the issues we deal with in families, not simply as new forms of disease, as new labels, as new books come out with new techniques and so on, that we are consistently, ultimately, always dealing with some basic life processes. And that to the extent you can get focused on that process, you can affect any symptom no matter what it is. Guaranteed to affect it? No, I'm not guaranteeing. You will affect every symptom, but you can. It has the theoretical potential. This is a much simpler, in a sense, I think, more elegant way of understanding life than seeing the human species as simply a group of human beings constantly bombarded by one pathology after another. Anyway, let's stop. What would go an hour and a half for lunch? Is that it?
Looks like it.
After a break, to begin with questions, because it helps me keep up with where your heads are at. So, yes.
I'd like to you develop your thoughts about the change of this structural emotional pressure of the system.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay. I'd like to see you develop your thoughts about the structural emotional system that needs to be changed in relation to women, because women seem to have been the ones that were first attracted into the field of psychotherapy, and probably because it was the emotions that needed to change rather than intellect. And as you were saying in the beginning, the systems don't change because of where they are attacked, which is the intellectual part or the emotional part. So I'm thinking your ideas can be developed in terms of having women as a system, as change agents, not only in psychotherapy.
Yeah. I don't think in terms of the conventional divisions that our society thinks in. So I don't think in terms of black and white. I don't think in terms of gender. I don't think in terms of cultural differences and so on. I would instead think in terms of people's capacity for differentiation. It is not my perception that women have more or less capacity, or that Jews have more or less capacity. The issue over and over again, as I see it, is reactivity. It is over and over again the issue of the extent to which you allow the emotional environment around you to determine your functioning, and to what extent you can differentiate yourself within it. I don't see that as either a gender, a cultural, a racial, a national, or even an issue of the age you live in. So that I can't respond to that question in terms of women. I can respond, another one is the emphasis today on right brain and left brain functioning. The thing I think I've learned from Murray Bowen is not to worry about that distinction, that the real distinction is between top brain and bottom brain. It's the extent to which you use your cortex and the extent to which your limbic system is controlling you. A person can be as reactive with their left brain as their right brain. And so that if you were to rephrase the question generally, I might have some thoughts about it. But I don't buy the distinction that you're putting in. The question, if it was more general, if I hear it right, is how do you work at your own differentiation? How do you work at being less reactive? Is that the question?
I'm not sure, because I guess I'm stuck in the system of my own thinking. So probably if you rephrase it, I might be able to follow you.
What is it, if you could do it just without the distinction between women and men, what is it you want to see? Now, just talk about human beings.
Okay, I guess what I would like to see is people who have developed their skill at changing the emotions and who are ease within their own selves as change agents to be able to change not only in the system of psychotherapy, but in all other systems.
Okay. Let me hear a couple of questions. I'm not going to duck it, but I just want to see if I'd be touching a couple others at the same time. Okay, yeah.
Okay. When do you tell with an emotional system when people are differentiating too much? In other words, if this, within a relationship, is there a conflict between differentiation and merging and being together as a couple? And wouldn't it be real threatening for people to differentiate completely? And when is it too much difference?
Nobody ever gets there. I mean, it's a lifetime project, and nobody ever gets over 70% there, you know?
Yeah.
I'll touch the question. All right, I hear it, yeah.
When you're working with a problem in a family and you identify the person that's the most highly motivated to change in order to get into the system or whatever, is it your preference to work with one individual?
Yeah, I've stopped seeing families as a way of doing family therapy. I look for, and I'm going to talk about that because it's related to the other question too, I look for the person with the most capacity for differentiation, which I'll define in a minute, and try to work with them alone. Same thing would be true about an institution. If a church or a synagogue calls me up and wants me to meet with the session, the board of trustees, whatever you call it, I want to meet with the leader. Group calls me up and says, well, our board is having a lot of problems, a lot of backbiting, a lot of attacking, and we'd like to have a session, a retreat with you, so we can get everybody to get their feelings out and talk to one another better and so on. And I will say to them, that is useless unless you have a well-defined leader ready to take over right after that. And I want to meet with the leader before I do that. But I'll include it in my answer to the original question again.
I like your thoughts on differentiation. I like Bowen. But a lot of us are familiar with Bowen, and I'm ready to get on with paradox.
Okay. Okay. I hear you. All right.
What's the difference between the woman who goes out and determines to be self-differentiating and take care of her own needs, and the selfish man or woman who's just in a married relationship and in it for himself or herself?
Differentiation is different from autonomy or independence or all that, in that it is being a self while trying to remain connected. That's the key difference. One more question, I'll go.
This is maybe not so much a question, it's just telling you that I've just recently read a lot of your work, Generation to Generation. I've also been reading Robert Beaver's The Ideas of Intimidation and Control, Patterns of Dysfunction in Families, and how those are intergenerational, and how you're familiar with that.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
You're not familiar with that. Well, it's a very interesting thing to have in your mind, yours and his at the same time.
Thank you for telling me. Now, I'm going to take 5 or 10 minutes to try to respond to those questions and lead into some more ideas for the basis of paradox. What do I mean, first of all, by differentiation? I think differentiation includes all of the following. It is, above all, the capacity to gain some degree of self-regulation. It is, above all, the capacity to work on one's own reactive mechanisms so that one isn't just one of the emotional dominoes in the system. Now that's kind of an internal notion of it. It is, on the other hand, also the capacity to have a clear idea of where you end and others begin. But here's the point. Those two things are not separable. To the extent you can get a clear idea of where you end and others begin, it will help you in the self-regulatory direction. Yet also, working on self-regulation will clear your head. The biggest thing I think I have learned, and I don't even know anymore if I learned it from Bowen or it's something I doped out after thinking about it, it is that thinking is an emotional phenomenon. By which I mean the clarity of your thoughts has something to do with how well you are regulating your emotional responses. That each feeds the other. So that differentiation has an inner and an outer perspective to it. It is both self-regulation and self-definition. Now, what also goes along with it is the capacity to work at being a non-anxious presence. But you can't be that without the other two. Yet sometimes thinking about that helps you focus on what you got to do with the other two. What seems to go along with these three things is some sense of vision, some goal, some idea of where you want to be 5 years from now. I came across this really, I think, great quote from Seneca, the Roman thinker, that a sailor without a destination has trouble discerning a good wind from an ill wind. And I think that's right on the mark. It is my perception that people who don't know where they're going don't know what to do with their troubles. They don't know how much time to give it. They don't know whether it's worth the effort. People who don't have goals are also more likely to make the present storm their whole life. They can't go around it. There's no place to go. So that to some extent, having the sense of direction is related to these other three factors. It's hard to do them without the sense of direction, but again, reciprocally, to the extent you can work on them, you get a sense of direction. Lastly, it is the capacity to stay on course when everybody else is losing their head. That fifth factor is part of the first four. To the extent you have goals and direction, to the extent you have worked on self-regulation, on self-definition, on not being anxious, then you are more likely to be able to be the one that is the circuit breaker in an anxiety system. Actually, I haven't been happy with the concept of circuit breaker because it suggests a cutting off. And a few of you here, I know I've seen this, but I'll put it in because of the context. And you see, to jump ahead of the story, where I'm heading as a therapist always is promoting these factors. And my sense of what is paradox is also always related to the promotion of these factors. In electricity, there is something known as a transformer. In a transformer, you have coils, and you have a ratio. This is a 2-to-1 transformer. Electricity is transported at 11,000 volts. Household current is 110 volts. So they use a 100-to-1 transformer. You can step up the current or step it down, depending on your needs. Well, there's a lot of people who function like step-up transformers in an anxiety circuit. Anxiety and electricity are very similar. They're unseeable forces. They're given to surges. They have zapping effects. And they requires 2 poles to keep up the potential. You can't have only one chronically anxious person in a system. You've got to have 2. There's got to be feedback. As you will see, one of the major things paradox does is take you out of the feedback position of being the other pole in the anxiety system. Now, it's obvious how a frenetic woman is anxious. What is not as clear to us is the passive withdrawing man is also functioning anxiously. It is obvious to us how somebody comes in all frenetic about some problem, all upset about what to do next, and hyperventilating and hyper upset about something, and it's clear how that's an anxious patient. It is not as clear how all our efforts to save that person, rescue that person, comfort that person, help that person, come up with new ideas is an anxious response. One of the things paradox does is get you out of the feedback position in there. Now, the capacity to work on all of these factors is obviously somewhat a measure of distance. And so distance is also related to paradox because you can't think them up if you're too globbed in with the system. But subsuming all of this is the following notion: that healing is a self-regenerative process, and that the most willful attitude a member of the helping professions can get is the notion that I can heal the other. As soon as you start seeing yourself as someone who can heal another person, you are in a willful position and you're asking for it. The stuff that Farber did on the ways of the will and talking about the thing, people willing what they can't will. And then he ultimately ended up with the notion that the therapist is in the same boat. And to the extent the therapist is willing the patients to change, then the therapist is reinforcing the disease he's trying to cure. Bowen, of course, came up with the phrase non-anxious presence for it. Carl Rogers was aware of the problem and came up with the non-directive therapy. Psychoanalysis is aware of the problem, and lots of schools of therapy are aware of the problem. How do you get your own willfulness out of it? So much of a non-anxious presence can sound like doing nothing. It is doing an enormous amount, because you're perpetually sitting there working on it. I want to add one more idea before I start talking about specific paradoxes. And this has to do with the issue of seriousness and playfulness and the helping professions generally. What is most striking to me about all the helping professions, and as I said, I'm in touch with medicine, with education, with religion, and with therapy, is the seriousness with which people take others. Seriousness, on the one hand, is always characteristic of anxiety. One of the best ways of testing how anxious a system is how much it has lost the capacity for play. Seriousness is also an interesting phenomenon in that it is the term used when people are dating and thinking of getting hitched or tying the knot or any of those other lovely phrases, which is, how long have you been dating seriously? I hope your intentions are serious. She's really serious about him, and so on. What is it about connectedness in the human species that as people move toward marriage, they get more serious about one another? If couples could maintain the level of playfulness that they had when they were dating, once they got married, it would be wonderful. But nobody seems to be able to do it. As near as I can tell, seriousness is related to responsibility for another. We tend to get too serious. What seriouses us all up is when we get too responsible for others. If every couple, when they got married, could work primarily on preserving the self that attracted the other, it would be great. But what happens is we shift to a responsibility for the relationship. And of course, all the good stuff that comes out of religion and so on doesn't help, because it's pushing everybody to glob. It's pushing everybody to get closer. The problem in the human species is not getting together, it's preserving self in a close relationship. Nobody does it well. Nobody. Now, again, a few of you may have heard me say this in a couple of different places, but it has more and more struck me. Paul McLean is an MD, PhD at NIH. He's been there 35 years. He is one of the world's experts on the human brain. And McLean wrote a book a few years back called The Triune Brain. And he's made a few points about human evolution and the human being, which for me, when I heard them, put everything together. The first is that the brain, unlike other organs, has evolved over the years in stages. The heart, the lungs, the kidneys, they're all aesthetically elegant. They're of one piece. The brain, on the other hand, has at least 4 distinct parts, each of which developed in a later stage of evolution. It's as though the Creator had afterthoughts. I'll start with this, then we'll add that, and we'll try it and experiment. The human brain, according to McLean, has at its base two nodes. These nodes, says McLean, are pure instinct. And that's not just McLean. Everybody knows that those two nodes at the brain have no power for thinking. They are pure instinct, but they're part of the brain. He says that that is identical to the brain in reptiles, and he calls it the reptilian brain. Above that is a brain that evolved with mammals, which he calls the mammalian brain. Later on came the cortex, with capacities for thought, and then the frontal lobe, which is what we're using here, I hope. It is the seat for philosophical speculation and deeper thought. So there's 4 stages. The reptilian brain, the mammalian brain, that's known as the limbic system, cortex, and neocortex. McLean has pointed out that the seat of caring for the young is not in the reptilian brain, it is in the mammalian brain. Reptiles do not care for their young for the most part. They'll eat them, ignore them, step on them. These creatures which hatch do not bond. The seat of caring for the young shows up first in the mammalian brain. But, says McLean, or also says McLean, the seat of playfulness shows up for the first time in the mammalian brain. You can play with your pet cat and your pet horse and your pet dog. You can dangle a string in front of them and watch them do things. You cannot get a playful relationship going with a salamander, a snake, a turtle, or an alligator. They are deadly serious creatures. Move them off course and they'll get right back on. Or follow another one with the same degree of directedness. Now, what Michael Kerr, who was Bowen's right-hand man, has suggested, and others, using McLean's theory. And by the way, it's a tremendous notion that playfulness and nurturing surface together, maybe as part of one another. That's a non-serious thing. What Michael Kerr has suggested is, when we get anxious, we go through a reptilian regression. And what happens is the limbic system takes over. The problem is that the cortex goes right on cerebrating, and so we don't know it. He uses the analogy of a driver training car. There's the cortex at one set of controls. Something happens to create anxiety, and the limbic system overrides it with its controls, but the cortex goes right on through the motions, except it's not thinking anymore, it's just cerebrating. What that does is create a different understanding of thinking. It makes thinking into an emotional phenomenon. Thinking then becomes cerebral activity, cortectical activity that is not reactive. I can't think of a more revolutionary idea to present to you today. That you start understanding thinking as not the equivalent of cerebrating, but as cerebration without reactivity. That therefore, clarity of thought depends on self-regulation of reactivity. There is, by the way, some interesting, and I've just read about it, and I haven't quite integrated it yet, though I think it's connected. The lead article in Scientific American last month or the month before by a pain specialist from Canada says that there is absolutely incontrovertible, absolutely unquestionable evidence for the fact that when morphine and any of its derivatives are given to people in chronic pain from MS, cancer, and so on, it is not addictive. And they have tens of thousands of studies on this. That while he's using different language, what he seems to be saying is morphine and its derivatives and so on, heroin, opium, well, any of them, it is only addictive when people use it for escape. And the reason is, or people use it for sensory experience rather than for the deep, real pain. And the reason seems to be that when people are using these addictive substances for chronic, intense pain, it goes through a different pathway in the brain. And therefore, people do not develop the tolerance quickly to it. It is the building up of tolerance to these drugs that creates the addiction. So that what has happened is they found, as you may know, they're starting to do it in hospitals slowly, allowing people to give themselves their own doses. There's a little mechanism at the foot of the bed, and when the people need it, they get it. This is running up against an incredible emotional barrier about it. But the interesting thing is that it seems to be related to two different signal pathways in the brain. One which is more part of the integration of the being, and the other one which seems to be a reactive thing. And it seems when the drugs are taken reactively, they're more likely to lead to addiction. Now, but to stay with the main notion, see, then the question, of course, is there a difference in people approaching therapy in the same way? Are some people more likely to get addicted to the therapeutic process depending on whether they are dealing with really deep existential pain issues in their life or whether they're just dealing with sensory stuff that's, that's their own escapism or their own passivity or whatever? Sets up some very interesting notions. In all events, as the bottom line related to paradox, it lays the basis for the notion that being playful with people can be a very nurturing way of responding to them. And that to the extent paradox puts you in a playful mode, it may help you override the reptilian regression. Pardon me just a second, I'm looking for something. I'm now going to list for you 14 different uses of paradox. I'll go back over each one, but I'll give you the whole thing first. All right? Have a second. First of all, it's a way of disrupting homeostasis. Secondly, and these are not mutually exclusive, but they're just different ways of thinking about it. It, second of all, is a way of managing anxiety. Third of all, it is a challenging way of dealing with people. Fourth, it's a way of letting go of somebody. It can serve that function. Fifth, it can be used as a research probe. A research probe. I'll show you what I mean. Paradox can be used as a research probe.
What was 5? What was 5?
Was that 5? A research probe. 6, it is the conventional way of thinking about it. It can be reverse psychology. It can have that function of getting someone to see the other side of something. 7, it can be a way of dealing with the client's anxiety, as compared to earlier managing one's own anxiety. 8, it can get you out of the pursuing position. It will reverse the push. It will reverse the pursuit. People who are paradoxed experience it as a push away and will come towards you. But I'll come back to it. 9, a paradox can be a way of staying in touch with someone without getting reactive to it. That's similar to managing your own anxiety, but it's another dimension of it. Paradox is a way of staying in touch with people without getting reactive to them, particularly when they've gotten reactive to you. I'll give you a couple of beauties on that for ministers. 10, it can be a way of detriangling. Paradox can be a way of getting yourself out of a triangle. 11, it can be a way of dealing with the process rather than the content. Again, I'll come back to each of these, but I want you to have the whole perspective first. 12, it can be a way of gaining new perspectives, either in the client or the therapist. 13, what I was just talking about, it is a way of de-seriousing a situation. Paradox can be a way of de-seriousing a situation. 14, paradox can be a way of avoiding passivity and boredom. Now I'm going to go back through these 14 and talk about each one. One of the things I am careful to do with every new client in that first session is to find out if they've had previous experience with therapy. And every now and then someone comes in who's seen 2 or 3 other therapists. What I watch for very carefully in that opening session is they're putting me in the position of expert who's going to save them. For example, people who are in supervision with me know that I talk a lot about Peter Falk's character, Columbo. I'm always teaching people to ape Columbo, to be stupid. Nobody has ever been sued for malpractice for being stupid, only for being too smart. And early in the game, when I couldn't get malpractice insurance, and I once asked Murray Bowen about it, and I was all anxious about it, he said to me, malpractice comes about when the professional gives too much promise. And I thought, that's right on the mark. Malpractice is a breach of promise suit, because it's clear that people do not sue to the extent they've been harmed. I mean, you take a bunch of people who find that the scalpel was left in their gut. Some people are so happy to find out it was just a scalpel, they wouldn't even think of suing the surgeon. Others would be very quick to do it. And so I have gotten tuned in to observing who are the people who try to maneuver me into a position of promising them something. And I try to go out of my way in the first session if I pick that up. I came to see you. You're very good, I understand. I came to see you because so-and-so says that you can help anybody. Whatever. You know, any kind of those seductive opening statements that's going to put you in the rescuing position. When I see that people have had a fair amount of therapy before they come to see me, I put myself down in the first session. Sometimes I do it playfully, sometimes I do it straight. A playful response might be, you know, I've seen you've been to 3 or 4 other therapists. What makes you think I'm going to be able to help you when you defeated all these others? Some of these people, you know, the old, in World War II, you put on the fuselage all the Japanese planes you shot down. You had the flags on the fuselage. And some of these people, I think, if they would let you into their library, you'd see the pictures or the heads of their therapists on the wall. These are all the therapists they've shot down. And I think it's important in that first session to, and it's paradoxical, to put yourself down as a way of disturbing that homeostasis which is otherwise going to get going, in which you are the expert. That would be one example of it. And anything you want to say about yourself as, well, you know, I'm really not an expert. You know, for example, someone comes to you and tells you, we understand you're real good. And you say, yeah, but I'm not an expert in your problem. They ain't going to quit you. But it gives you a fighting chance. Now, this, as I say, is just one aspect of it. When you go into reverse, you know, Bowen used to call them reversals. When you go into reverse, a lot happens. It is far more than simply what you do to the other one's head. It is, I think, instead, how you change your attitude in the relationship. So that what I'm almost saying is, a paradox won't work if you do it the first minute you see somebody. That's not quite true. But to some extent, paradox works best after you've gotten stuck. In that sense, it's similar to the resolution of a transference. If you go and resolve, if you take that model and you go resolving transferences the first time the patient walks in, you never let it get a chance to form, and that ain't going to work. So that to some extent, allowing yourself to get stuck and then unsticking can be very powerful. And paradox has very much that effect. The second point, the issue of managing anxiety. I have learned, whenever I have a fear that a client might do something, when I say a fear, I mean it just runs through me, thought, or somebody I know in my family, the thing to do immediately is to express it. But not to express it, and I teach all my clients this, but not to express it in an anxious way. So that, for example, take suicide. I believe, I've not had a suicide in 20-odd years. I think it is because I am totally unafraid of it. I don't know why. I'm just not afraid of it. I just don't see it as the worst thing in the world, and I figure if people want to do it, fine, and I take the attitude, I'm on the side of life, and if you're on the side of life, I can be with you, and if you're not, go find somebody else or kill yourself. It's okay with me. And I therefore am totally out of the will conflict that surrounds most, in quote, suicidal people. If as I am seeing somebody, and they talk, and what flashes through my mind is, gee, maybe they'll kill themselves, I will bring that out in the session, but to try to do it in as non-anxious a way as possible. I might do it such as, if I were feeling like you, I think I'd kill myself. I've done that one a lot. And I get all kinds of responses from, oh, I would never do that, too. Well, I'll tell you the truth, I've been thinking about that. And so I find out, and I've managed my own anxiety with it. In working with people who are trying to differentiate, I tell them, if while you're working at differentiation, you get an anxious thought or feeling that somebody in your family is going to do something, then go tell them to do it. Which would be, I've been working hard on my differentiation, and my mother is going to get sicker and sicker. And then the thought is, I see her fall, and I have this image, she's going to fall down the stairs and break her leg, and that's really going to stick me, and I'm not going to be able to get on with my career. Then what I want that person to do is go to mother, and there's two ways to do it, the straight or the paradoxical. Either way, it's paradoxical, as most people wouldn't do it, which would be, Mom, I noticed that you've been walking a little more crooked lately, and you seem to be limping more. And it occurs to me that you may fall down the stairs. So I just want you to be free to do it. On the other hand, I think you ought to know that this new job I'm getting will not give me any time at all to see you at the hospital. So, on the other hand, I don't want to inhibit you from doing what you want to do. Something like that. That would be kind of a playful way of touching it, but the key is, sure, it has an effect on the head of the other one. But what has the effect? That you, to some extent, what you could say is what you've done with that person is bound them against their own contrariness. Because symptoms are contrary. And the way to deal with contrariness is to push people into their contrariness. It is to tell them to do precisely what they're liable to do so that their contrariness keeps them from doing it. But even that is somewhat of a side effect, because it is also possible that it is simply because in doing the paradox you got yourself out of the rescuing position, and at the very least you managed your anxiety. When you tell other people your fears in a non-anxious way, you discharge them. You can do it just about anywhere. One of the best ones I ever saw, a client of mine, she's been with me a long time. She's a recovered alcoholic who has made as much progress over a 4-year period as any client I've ever had. She's a youngest, she's not well educated, but she has, what's the word I want about her? She has a persnippetyness. She has a sense of the devil in her. And that sense of the devil in her, enables her to do things that most people just wouldn't touch. Well, this is a woman who has a husband who's a very successful, wealthy attorney. They live in probably the second wealthiest area of the Washington community. And one of her children, in response to her differentiation, went really weirdo. Lives in a section of Washington filled with weirdos, went through a punk phase, went through every possible phase that kids like that do. And mother had maintained a pretty good sense of balance about things. At times, it was difficult. And then one morning, the Washingtonian magazine arrives with an article about kids like that, and who is plastered over the cover of the page but her daughter. And she's sitting there in bed saying, what am I going to do with that? This little bitch, look what she has done to me. And she goes into a complete regression, loses it all. And she calls me about it. And I don't know what was wrong with me. I couldn't take it seriously. And she went on and on about it, because this woman's made so much progress. I can't believe you're getting so upset about this. And she was just furious, upset, and so on. And what I often do with people like who call me in this emergency situation is to tell them that I don't have any time, see where they're at in a week, and if they're still bothered, call me back, or the next day, call me back or something. And most often they don't call back. She says she's lying in bed there and she don't know what to do with it, and suddenly it hits her. And one of her big concerns, by the way, was going to church Sunday morning and everybody seeing that article. Well, of course, what happens is she starts to think what to do, and then it hits her. She calls up her daughter, and instead of flaying her daughter out, she says, honey, you have accomplished something that even your successful father hasn't done. He never got himself into the Washingtonian. So we're going to have a coming out party for you. I want you to invite all your friends, and we're going to invite everybody, and we're going to celebrate your appearance in the Washingtonian. Well, her daughter got furious. I told them not to publish the picture. I told them that. And the daughter gets all the way over on the other side. Mother goes to church that morning armed to tell everybody about the party when they say anything. And of course, nobody said anything. Nobody even noticed it. That was the turnaround with that child. That occurred about 3 years ago. That child today is in college, is laying out her kid brother for trying to do the same thing she did when she was that age, and the kid's turning out to be probably the best of her 4 children. And the shift came after mother was able to do this paradoxical thing at the height of all of that anxiety and so on. But she didn't do it to get her daughter on track. You see? She did it to get herself into a better functioning position. This is what I have found to be true over and over again. I'll give you an example from my own personal experience very recently. This is a couple whose son had a psychotic break and has come home from college. And he's been institutionalized, he's on all kinds of heavy drugs. The husband and wife treat one another shabbily. The husband is frankly a little paranoid himself. He thinks that she is messing around with other men, always being seductive with other men. He's furious at how she spends his money. And she goes crazy with his rigidity over money and everything else. And I had made absolutely no progress in seeing them, working with them, dealing with anything. Neither one was, it was like they were tied to this rubber band, and you pulled one away, and you pulled one away, and it just snapped back. No change. And then, at Christmas time, the couple came in. And they're in their late 40s, well, really early 50s. And she opens up. She's a physical therapist kind of. She runs a gym. And she says to him, I don't want to leave this session without an agreement on how much money you're going to give me to buy Christmas presents. I need $500. And we start off, and it just is a miserable session. And he says something, and finally she says, I can't take it anymore. And she gets up and she leaves. And throughout the session, I'm bored, feeling ineffective, don't know what to do. And I don't know where it comes from. I suddenly say to him, and I know partly I was feeling angry at them, and I decided to really stick it to them. So I say to him, you know, I have rarely seen, in fact, I don't think I've ever seen a marriage in which both partners are losers. I said, you know, usually in a marriage, one of the partners you can see is the loser, but I've never seen one where both. And he looks at me and he doesn't say much and so on, etc. And I don't know where it's going, and he leaves finally, and I don't know anything. The next morning, she calls me up. She says, I need a private session with you right away. Okay, I happened to have an hour. She came in. I figured something was up. See, I won't see people in an emergency. I will see people if it's an opportunity to make a distinction from the other. I won't jump into their anxiety with an emergency, anxious thing, but if I think, wow, this is an opportunity, then I will. And I thought this was an opportunity. So she comes in. She says, my husband told me what you said last night. That thing about us both being losers. She says, you are absolutely right, and I'm fed up with it. And I can't tell you how she has moved in the last 3 months. She's gone out and gotten herself a good job. She has refused to get caught up in all of his crap. And he has changed to the point that he has gone to the psychiatric institution where his son is in and out of and said, he's on too many drugs and I want you to stop all his drugs because we can't tell anymore what's a reaction to a drug from what's a reaction to his condition in life. And the whole thing is kind of unfolded. And it happened from that moment. I'd love to be able to say to you, I write Mission Impossible plots in which I think out the end and then work it back. But I don't. All I knew was I was stuck, I was bored, and I was going to say something to get me out of it. And there's no way I could have predicted all the other stuff that happened in the wake of it. But you see, it raises enormous questions about how we get connected to our clients. It raises enormous questions about how unwittingly we get caught up in the processes that are going on, and you can't tell that you're not that way simply because you're being objective and trying hard to help them. All I can say is, if you're stuck, doing something like this not only unsticks you, but often lets a whole lot of processes unfold.
How do you conceptualize psychodynamically what happened with this couple?
But you see, I won't.
Even after the fact you won't?
No, I haven't the foggiest what happened, and I'd rather believe that I don't know what happened. And I think it is a trap for us to try to figure out what happened. It's enough to recognize that if you change your input significantly into the system, something will happen. And it may not be knowable. I'm not sure it's knowable what happened on a psychodynamic level. Moreover, if it is, it would take so many sessions. I mean, it's a waste of time. I'm glad you raised the question. You here this morning?
No.
You weren't here this morning. Well, you got guts. Let's go on to somewhere else. Well, to ask a question like that. Yeah. Let's go on with any other kind of response.
I just wanted to say that reminds me exactly of that thing about the perfect spider web. You accidentally spun the perfect spider web, but then you refused to get caught up in keeping it perfect. You know what I mean? You didn't lose sight of what you were doing. It was just an accident. But it worked.
The trap for me in this couple is that the kid is a hostage. And I know that that kid is in the clutches of a psychoanalytically oriented psychiatrist who's drugging him up. And nothing's going to help that kid until change can happen with these two. But these two seem perfectly matched for no change. But again, what I want to emphasize is that it was the shift in me induced not to change them, but to change my position that brought everything about.
How did you change your position?
I quit. The comment was one of total resignation.
You just were no longer their savior.
Oh, no.
You said,
If you quit people and leave them, you won't get any change. You only get change by quitting and staying with them.
quitting and saying that.
Yeah. In other words, you stop trying. You give up.
Stop trying to get what you're trying to get done.
Yeah, well, you stop trying to change them, help them, or anything else. You get either bored or helpless. Probably another example.
An explanation as to how you saw them as being losers. You just kind of...
I have no idea where that thought came from. But what I have learned is every thought I have when I'm in a session with people is related to it, even if I can't figure out how it's related. And it's worth putting into them. I assume that there's a process going on that's far more intelligent than I am. And I should give up trying to figure out where that idea came from. Now, I will not always say it the minute I think it. I may put it down on my pad and wait for the right moment. Here'd be another way of putting it. By listening to the responses that I come up with or think up, I get more insight into what people are thinking than by trying to understand them. You can get more insight into what's going on in the heads of other people by listening to what you want to say to them than by trying to read their minds. There was someone else who asked.
I was just thinking, just sort of filling the audience a little bit and just responding to what you're saying. And I guess, this is so opposite of what we were taught in school, most of us, I think. And feeling sort of a little bit of anxiety, or maybe it's just, maybe it's my anxiety, I have anxiety, about wanting to know, how you did it. And realizing that, we have the tools, and we don't always have to know how it works.
Exactly.
But we're so uncomfortable that and that's why we have all these books out there in that next room, and we're always trying to find.
But that is not different from what goes on, say, in the hard sciences. There is something known, for example, as black box theory. Black box theory suggests that the connections in what you're trying to fix are so complicated you could never take the time to analyze them all. What you do instead is put new input into the box until it starts functioning, and you never have to know what was wrong. That's the same way you can work with families. You don't have to know, and I would suggest to you, you can't know. That most of this stuff is unverifiable on the psychodynamic level.
That's exactly what an artist does.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That's exactly what an artist does.
What the artist does.
What the artist does.
Yes.
To speak from his gut. To do something that moves us. He doesn't know why it moves us, and doesn't care why it moves us. And nothing's ever the same. And nothing's ever the same. Every picture is different, and yet we keep on trying to find patterns on how to treat people or diagnose people in a way. And everybody can look at a piece of art and see something different. It's not going to work easily.
The artist is always careful not to give too much information or solve the problem for the viewer.
That's right.
And that's where the therapist can move toward it, yes. It is our anxiety that gets us to be too definitive. Well, what Nancy Kreisman here said, I think is right on the mark. The tools are in you. What I'm supporting you to do is pay more attention to the thoughts that go through your mind, okay? They are not only your thoughts. They are somehow or other always symptomatic of what has been going on in that room. And it could be an association to a movie. It could be an association to a book. What I do with all that stuff is simply report it to my client. God, I don't know where this came from, but I saw a movie the other night, and what you're saying just triggered this in my head. And it becomes a projective technique. But I'm saying you can particularly do that with your anxiety. All right, we'll go a little further. You get anxious. And how are you going to know whether it's your anxiety or you picked up their anxiety? There's no way of knowing it. Put it into the system and see how they respond. Yes.
I think it's not as simple as it sounds. I agree with the end product. The humor and the jokes they work great when they're spontaneous, they come out, but I think that it comes out of it, I think as you said, kind of that black box theory, it comes out of a lot of experiences clinically in a lot of places. So therefore, it's kind of the end product. And the end product may not be identifiable as what it means, but to do it, I feel it takes somebody with tremendous confidence. You can't just...
Confidence. Confidence in what?
I didn't say confidence, I said competence.
Competence. What does that mean as you're using it?
I think, it's like for me, it's feeling okay, and it's just saying something, as you said, it just strikes you in the moment. But I think that those moments aren't just totally like someone's had no training. In therapy, you come into a therapy session and start using paradoxes and be a great, and have the same effect.
I didn't understand the very last thing you said about training.
I think that somebody, it sounds so simple. And that, yeah, I think for somebody just to come off the street and say, I'm going to be a therapist and I'm going to start using that simple paradoxes, I think it's real, very misleading. But I think there's tremendous kind of energy behind it. It does not just come out of...
Well, I see the issue as an issue of self-regulation. I don't think it has anything to do with knowledge. It has to do with your capacity to stay loose, to hang loose, to get some distance from your thoughts. The reversal is always the opposite of what your instinct is telling you to say.
But that's where the knowledge comes, because for you to get to that point, you have to...
Well, I didn't follow.
Come a long way.
It is the person's capacity to be in the session, working with somebody, and at the same time have enough distance from themselves and the situation going on, which enables you to do paradox. It has nothing to do with how experienced you are. I go around the country working with therapeutic populations, and the more experienced people are not in any way necessarily better able to do paradox. It is an issue of differentiation. No.
How do you teach your clients?
What?
How do you teach your clients? Do you teach them to use it in their lives too?
Oh, sure. How? First of all, I have found that clients generally can't do it until they've experienced it. Okay? So you have to have done some of it with them before they can do it. What I quite often do is just make a suggestion. One that I was going to give as an example later, but since you bring it up in the question now. A woman married to an attorney who would make her write defense briefs all the time. He would always be accusatory, always be attacking, and she would always be explanatory and defensive. And she came in one day reporting it. I'd been seeing her for quite a while. And she said, this thing still gets me. I said, well, look, the next time he comes to you, why don't you just say to him, honey, could we skip the judgment this time and go right to the punishment? Well, she loved it. Now, there are times when I will suggest a paradox, and it's a research probe, which is, I suggest the paradox in part to find out how uptight the person is. If the person responds in a, hey, that's terrific, I can't wait to use that, that's one thing. If they respond with, I could never do that, he'd leave me on the spot, that's another thing. So that the suggestion of paradox will also be a research probe telling you just how uptight people are. But again, I put in all this other stuff earlier all day to say to you that it is related. It's not to do with fun, it's not to do with jokes, it's not to do even with humor. It's to do with playfulness. It's to do with not being serious. It's to do with the recognition that your instinctive response is always the limbic system's response. The automatic response is the limbic system response, not the cortex response. So that ironically, the paradox is usually from a much higher level of thought than the instinctive one, even though the instinctive one seems more loving. Because to do the paradox often, you got to think, what was the instinctive one, and come up with the opposite of that. The paradox is over and over again the exact opposite of what you were going to say. Well, to do that requires distance. Can you go into intense situations and also maintain the distance that you've got like a radar scope observing at the same time you're functioning, and say, can you get to the point of pre-thinking everything you say and making a judgment over whether or not something you thought of should be said that way or backwards? A person can learn to do that very quickly. But that's not a matter of skill, that's a matter of differentiation.
I do want to say, though, in response to what you raised is, I think that the longer you're a therapist, the less you need to be an expert.
Right.
Because your anxiety comes down.
I agree with
You're more
that.
able to just let go stuff and you're not so concerned with it has to be right, it has to be perfect. And
Oh, I hear that.
You just get more comfortable.
If you're talking about that, I think it's right.
You can be more playful.
I agree. But I must say to you, after the first murder, the other comes easy.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
That she made. Yeah, okay, well, I hear that. So there again, if I think of people I've worked with and supervised, some people take to it like a duck to water. My problem is the recent discussion and questions seem to be treating it again too much like some kind of technical innovation rather than the way I've been trying to present it. So that when you start focusing it that way, I wonder if you heard anything I said this morning. It's not a matter of technical innovation. It's a matter of being in touch with yourself. Well, let's go back to it.
I just want to comment, I think that what makes it easier to hear and easier to understand is the issue of anxiety. And that's easier for me.
Oh, but it is not my experience that anxiety is related to experience. On the contrary. On the contrary, I can't tell you how many of the old social workers that have been around for years go crazy at this idea.
But it's when I'm feeling the most anxious that I have to, that's my cue on fire.
Yes. Yes, that's why it's strangely a built-in odd thing that it is precisely when you're most anxious that it's best to do it, and it's most difficult to do it.
Exactly.
Well, I hear
That's
that.
the signal that that's
I hear that, certainly,
that's
yes.
the energy.
Go ahead.
I have found that the people I supervise who do paradox best are people who really don't take themselves too seriously.
Go on.
They're not hooked. They're really not hooked into being such great therapists.
All right, let me go on. Number 3. The paradox as challenge. First, let me give some examples and let me talk about it. A couple came in which the wife had been doing a pretty good job at differentiating, and over the summer, when they were away on vacation, the husband developed an infection in his eye, which was kind of a symptom for togetherness. And they came in together. I'd been seeing her alone, and he joined her because she had been so unfeeling about his eye. A big, big guy with a big voice. And he had so reacted to her and her failure to jump to his problem that she was in danger of, appeared to be losing all the gains she had made. He said, I have viral conjunctivitis, which is much worse than bacterial conjunctivitis, and it will take 2 years to go away. And as you know, I must be able to use my eyes in my profession. And she was just losing it. Now, again, part of the question would be, this man belongs to that category of people who are invulnerable to insight. And there's just no way. There's just no way you could get through to him. Now, what happened for me was I had an association to a couple I had seen in which when the wife began to differentiate, The husband, who had had poison ivy, got infected all over his arm in his poison ivy. It was a remarkable response. She differentiates in 2 or 3 sessions, and he gets his arm just infects all over. So I thought, wow, here it is again. The physiological response in the dysfunctional spouse. So, again, recognizing his bravado and so on, I say to him, you know, I once had a situation, I go on describing this thing with the poison ivy. He jumps up out of his seat and says, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And I said, you're right. I said, it's just my association. I don't know what else to do with it. And he sits down. But you see, that's a 3-corner shot. I wasn't talking to him. I'm talking to her. And she overhears it. And from the time I told that story, she starts to do better in the session. That's a beautiful thing to learn to do, which is, if you're seeing a couple, to ask the question to the wrong person, or to put information into a question going to the other one than the one you want to hear it, as a way of getting past resistance and so on. Anyway, she started doing real good. And then toward the end of the session, I said to her, because I really don't want to see him dysfunction, I said to her in front of him, if you worked real hard at it, could you close his other eye? What I was trying to do was trigger his immunological system. What I was trying to do, in terms of what I said earlier today, I see self and immunology connected, and I was challenging his self and his immunology. Anyway, he didn't come back, but his eye got better within a few weeks, and it didn't take the 2 years and so on. Now, that is an example. Again, you know, obviously I can get up here and tell you a whole bunch of success cases. That's not the purpose. The purpose, though I must say to you, I don't know of any situation where I've done something like this where the people quit as a result of it. I've never seen that. Or got worse. This has to do with challenge. Now, again, you could hear it as primarily focused on the other person. What I was trying to do there was to be a healer without trying to will the healing. Again, it gets back to what I said earlier. For me to get into a discussion with him as to whether it was bacterial or viral conjunctivitis, for me to get into a discussion with him about his wife's doing okay or anything, any rational stuff would be a waste of time. For me to say to him, sir, your wife's functioning better than ever and you are losing it, I doubt he'd hear that. What I was trying to do was slip past the demons of resistance, as I call them. And what I was trying to do was work at the healing notion through challenge. And I think the paradox can be a very powerful form of challenge. It is paradoxical in the therapeutic experience because it goes against what we normally think as what is healing, namely being comforting and giving advice and so on. And it can work with children, it can work with aged, it can work with anybody. One other one on challenge. I learned this from Bowen years ago, and I think it's a remarkable thing to do. When people come in and report that they're doing really well, that they finally overcome certain problems, that the marriage is going better, instead of being supportive, to ask them at that moment, could you make it regress? Even with both people there, especially with both people there. Well, what's for today? God, there ain't much, you know. We're not fighting anymore, and things are going much better. Well, how would you account for that? God, I don't know. All I know is he isn't as reactive to me anymore, and I'm not as reactive to him, and things are just much better. We haven't had a fight in 2 weeks. At which point it is, could you make it go back to the way it was? How would you do it? If you wanted him to go back and be, if you wanted to make him be the exact worst husband that you could have, how would you go about it? And let her talk it out and then say to him, what would you say to that? She says she can make you do such and such anytime. The ultimate paradox, some of you may not like this, is with abuse. I have never seen and do not know of anyone who has ever gotten the abusing partner to stop abusing by threatening them, reasoning with them, telling them to go back to their family of origin or anything else. I've never seen anybody successful at that. What I think has a chance is paradoxically talking to the abused one about how the abused one controls the abusive one. It's very powerful medicine. Mrs. Smith, do you know how to get your husband into an abusive posture? Well, I'm not saying you do it on purpose, but if you wanted him to abuse you, what would you do? What would work best? What would get him to take his belt out and want to belt you? Would it work every time? Is that the best one? And then after she's expressed all that, turning to him and saying, why do you let your wife control you like this? I mean, your wife says she can really pull your buttons, push your buttons, pull your chain. She says that any time she gets a certain smirk on her face, you reach for your belt. And then work on it that way. Again, for a lot of people that would sound just the most horrendous thing to imagine doing. But if you want to try something different with a couple, instead of just getting sucked up into protecting the abused one, and this is not saying the abused one is bringing it on themselves. It is saying rather that you can get into the extraordinary paradox of those things. And it is remarkable to watch what happens when you start talking to the abuser as the one who is being controlled. It gets at it very differently. It challenges them. Okay, let me go on. A fourth one I've pointed out about paradox is it lets go of the other. I'll take a break after this one and go on with the rest of it. The issue of letting go is an important thing. I was talking before about seriousness in marriage. I was talking before about how when people get committed to one another, they get serious. And as we get committed to our clients, we get too serious about them. What does it take to let go of a client? One or two that I have found very useful is particularly dealing with poor me types. Or with people who have not, for example, let me go back a step. A couple, for example, who's not making any progress. And you've tried a lot of things and nothing has worked. Waiting for just the right moment in a session and then saying to them, when they are most down and you're feeling the urge in you to say something supportive, to do the opposite. And that is to say to them at that point, why should things ever change? I have found that to be one of the most powerful, stimulating interventions, if you want to use that word, to a couple. You know, I've been seeing you both for 6 months. You're reasonable people, you're intelligent people, you're educated people, you're good people, you seem to care, but nothing is working. And what I've been thinking today is, you know, why should things ever change? You want to go a little further? I want you to know, you know, these sessions with you are getting me very depressed. Because I've run out of my repertoire. I haven't the foggiest what to say to you. Try that with a couple, and you'll be astounded. They won't quit you. They will get out of their poor me stuff and tell you all the things you've done for them. I will tend to do that when I have that feeling in my gut of, oh my God, they're going down, down, down. What can I do to keep them from going down further? When I get that feeling, that's when I push them down. I learned it with my aunts, most of whom are now not alive. As they got older and older, and I'd call them and talk to them, you know, the conventional thing was, well, how are things going? How are you feeling? And I'd get all that stuff about, oh, I got this pain and I got that pain and so on, and oh, things are terrible. And what I learned to do with every one of them was to say, well, you know, things aren't going to get any better. And every time I did that, they got right up. And it's the truth, right? You ain't seen nothing yet. Why? Why does it work? What I'm trying to talk about here is the unwitting adaptation that we make with our clients. It is so unwitting, it is so unseeable. It is so much deeper than anything that could be explained in terms of psychodynamics. This stuff makes the unconscious into a superficial concept. It is that deep. And that is why, when you focus on you, you affect your client. Because what you're affecting is the connectedness. What you're affecting is the mutual adaptation.
I'm getting confused because you said that to your clients because you wanted to keep them from going further down.
Yeah.
So it sounded like you were doing it for the purposes of keeping, saving your clients from getting further down.
Don't say that loud. I don't want everybody to hear it.
Well, it's confusing. So can you elaborate on that? How that was a self-differentiation on your part? Yeah, that's what
What I have learned is every time I am feeling anxious and worried about my client, trying to be supportive and helpful will never change. And so when I get that natural instinctive response in me, I try to deal with it paradoxically.
So there is still a part of you that's trying to be helpful.
Oh, I don't, please, I don't want everybody to hear that. Okay. Any other question on that? The problem is, how do we get the helpfulness out of us so we can be helpful? All right? Okay.
So we need a new term besides paradox.
Go ahead.
Because paradox isn't descriptive of what happens.
Paradox is what?
It's not descriptive.
Descriptive.
Because the irony of all good paradoxes is that the statement is absolutely true. And what we do when we do a paradoxical intervention is we speak the truth to the clients. And somehow that promotes change. For example, when we tell the client or a couple that we're defeated and we don't know where to go and we've used up our repertoire.
Yes.
There is a great deal of truth to that statement.
What I'm laughing at is the number of times I suggest a paradoxical comment to somebody, and they say, "Well, that's true."
But then why do we call it a paradox?
Well, I don't see any problem with that. I don't know. I have to think more about that.
All good paradoxes are absolutely true.
I think the paradox has more to do. I think of paradox simply as not coming on straight. That's all. And sometimes telling the truth is not coming on straight. I don't know. Well, see, the paradox in telling people the truth of being defeated and so on is the paradox there is that I think this is number 6. I think paradox.
Did we get number 5?
I gave it out. I don't know if you got it. Oh, the research crew. I kind of touched on it, so I didn't go to it again, which had to do with That was that one where I said, the thought went through my head that this person might be suicidal, and so I'd say, God, if I did that, if I was in your state, I think I'd kill myself.
What
That would be
What was your label on file?
a research probe.
Okay.
I had one the other day recently where some woman was just going on in the most incredible intensity about how terrible her husband was, and just went on and on, just venomously. And I said to her, kill him. And she just burst out into laughter. And that was an effort really to find out how serious she was in her venom.
Well, what'd she say?
She just laughed. She howled. But it was a tremendous guffaw, and I figure I touched exactly what was in her head, what she'd like to do. All right. Number 6 is reverse psychology. Now, this is the most common one that is thought of. By the way, in a conversation with Jay Haley, he once asked me, he said, what's the difference between Bowen's reversal and my paradox? And it was after dinner, and we drunk a lot of wine and so on, and I talked much too fast, and I said, that is, I talked without thinking, and I said, when you do paradox, you're trying to change the mind of the other person. When Bowen does a reversal, he's just trying to stay out of the system. And Jay responded, that's funny, I thought I was always doing it for survival. So there may be not as much difference as we think. In all events, the way paradox has been used as a phrase, as a term, the way it has been taught in family therapy circles, it is largely conceived of as an effort to change the brain of the other person. And I've been trying to teach it not as that, or let me put it another way, I've been trying to say that the effect on the brain is the final product of you doing something on yourself. All right. Now, I do grant and recognize that it can have that purpose, and you can do it now and then, just to try to get past the resistance demons in the other one's head. I find that most useful when some kind of thought occurs to me. I'll give you some examples of it. Say it's a woman. She's saying, I just can't stand the fact that my husband is having an affair with this other woman. I can't stand it, and it is terribly upsetting to me. But I know she's very adaptive, and she can't take the stand that's necessary to make something happen. And so I might say to her, well, listen, half a loaf is better than none. Now, I am trying to challenge something up with her. I am even going further than that. I'm assuming that that is precisely the thought in her head that is keeping her from doing something. That she's afraid that if she really stirs things up, she'll lose him completely. So I say to her, well, half a loaf is better than none, and that's probably going to flip her one way or the other. Now that would be the straight reverse psychology. Other statements like that would be a person who is very pleasing and they can't get out of being pleasing, but they're going on about how unhappy they are. And I might say something like, well, let's face it, it's more important to be pleasing than to be happy. And I'll put it in like it's a great wisdom that everybody knows. Someone's caught up with another person who is just terribly serious, and they can't stand it, but they're stuck in it. And I might say something like, well, let's face it, serious people are deeper. And I'll throw this kind of thing out, which is it is also an effort to keep me from trying to rob them of their symptoms, so to speak. And so Bowen used to call it getting on the side of the neurosis. I've analogized it to airplanes, that neuroses are like airplanes and take off into the wind of reassurance. When you're dealing with a compulsive behavior, the more comfort, support, and other force you give it, in other words, the more you try to rob somebody of their neurosis, the more you try to reason them out of it, the more lift you give it. That's when paradox is really important. To get you out of that position of unwittingly supplying the wind that gives their neurosis lift. Because the more you try to rob anybody of their habit, it's like trying to take Schroeder's security blanket away from him in Peanuts. When you try to rob people of their symptoms, they fall in love with them. They fight for them. Parents are letting a child terrorize them. The kid is breaking up the house, making holes in the wall, breaking windows and so on. And the parents are saying they can't stand it anymore. And one of the parents is saying, well, we got to do something about it. And the other parent is scared to do it. And finally, maybe they get to the point of saying, we just got to do something. And I might, at that point, say to them, listen, you better do everything your child wants or it'll retaliate. Now, I have found that acting out the other person's neurotic unconscious will get the other person's own antibodies to fight it. Whereas if I'm the antibody, their neurotic unconscious will fight me. I don't know if you followed that all the way. If you say to people precisely the thought that keeps them stuck, telling them that's the way they ought to think and function, they'll fight it. Whereas if you try to take it away from them, they'll hang on to it more. Well, do you then never be straight? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm suggesting is, when you have found that after the second or third time, reassurance and rationality and comfort and all that good stuff doesn't work, not only will it not work the next time, it will never work. More than that, the more you are trying to work it, the more enmeshed you're becoming in the process. And that's when you do the paradox to get you out of it. As I said, these are not mutually exclusive. One that I have, for example, every now and then, a woman, young unmarried woman, will start talking about how she can't understand how these men have become interested in her. And it's almost an invitation to me to say, why are you so surprised you're an attractive person? Now, I don't know there's any way I, as a male therapist, can say that to a woman without it somehow sounding somewhat seductive. So whenever I pick that up, that the woman wants reassurance from me, she says, I don't get it. You know, I hadn't had a date in months, and now I got all these guys around me. It's the funniest thing. My response is always, well, there's just no accounting for taste. Now, why does it work? Someone came up to me at the break and said, of the first 5 things I said, they could see that 2 were playful, but they thought the other 3, if they were the client, they'd have really been angry. Well, to some extent, all of this is in the eye of the beholder, like beauty. To some extent, you can never count on it. I must tell you that I don't find much intense, serious reactivity. I don't know what that's about. It has something to do with your timing. It has a lot to do with your anxiety. If you try to be paradoxical from a highly anxious state, then it's more likely to come across as sarcastic. But the words themselves are rarely sarcastic as much as the delivery is what makes them come off sarcastic. So when you're uptight, if you do this stuff when you're uptight, it's more likely to be cutting, which is what sarcastic literally means. On the other hand, there's the other side of it, which is you could do it just beautifully with the most perfect timing and be playful, but the other one is so uptight that they hear it as sarcastic. And I hear that. Bowen once taught me, and I think he's right, I've tried to prove him wrong on this in my own thinking, but I'm afraid I've not been able to. He once said to me, when people hear reversals and say it's sarcastic, they're low down on the differentiation scale. Now, the exception would be that some people could just be in a bad mode. But it is true, there's a lot of other words people can use. They can say, boy, that's ironic. They can say that's playful. They can say that's mischievous, and so on. It does seem to be true that when people hear this as sarcastic, they're more reptilian. There is something to that. But you see, then the research probe comes in again, where you do something playful and they come back and say that's sarcastic. That will give you more of an understanding at that moment, more of a clue about this person's rigidity than anything else you could do. If you get playful with a client and they accuse you of being sarcastic, you can put them real low on the scale. Yeah.
Then you could never be wrong.
That's a big advantage of all this.
Well, as you say,
But I hear what you say.
paradox is more a way of being than a way of doing. In terms of thinking yourself, it's not
The word be in the English language is an intransitive verb, meaning there's no action. It doesn't carry across action. The word throw is a transitive verb. You throw a ball. The verb be does not take an object. All right? What I am trying to wrestle with is if you could use the verb to be in a transitive way, to be somebody. That doesn't mean to be somebody else. Can you, by your being, affect them? Can you be them? So in that sense, you're right. My problem is, I think being can be more powerful form of doing something than doing it. But you're right, essentially. That gets back to my earlier stuff, that this has all to do with your presence, the nature of your presence.
You know, Ed, the thing I'm thinking about paradox now, is that it goes against, for a lot of us, or maybe I should speak for myself, but the way I was brought up and taught and all that, is that you be straight. You know, you be straightforward and all. And I work with older folks, and people with dementia, and you have to be in their reality, and you have to do a lot of paradox stuff in the sense the way you think and working with them. But it took me a while to get used to that and feel comfortable with that, because we're generally not comfortable with doing paradox.
I left out a whole thing which I normally do, and I just forgot to do it today, about my own personal experience with paradox and how I got interested in it. If you look at theater, theater is filled with paradox. The reason for that is the recognition. I mean, why isn't everything just prose? Why does poetry exist? Why does theater exist? We can just say it. Poetry and theater exist because of the recognition that prose has its limitations. That reality cannot be encompassed with prose, with denotation, with delineation. Well, I'm saying the same thing about the therapeutic experience. That doing it straight is only one way of doing it. And that literature is filled with it. One of the great ironies, I think, in the family movement is that the Italian school, which is known for its interest in paradox, never mentions its debt to Pirandello. Never. I've never seen them ever say anything about Pirandello, whose library was in Milan, of all places, whose theater was in Milan. I don't know to what extent you're familiar with him. His most famous play is 6 Characters in Search of an Author. He got the Nobel Prize for Literature back in the 30s. In 6 Characters in Search of an Author, a family comes and invades the rehearsal of another Pirandello play. And they take over the cast and get the cast to act out the family problems. And what goes on back and forth for the audience is eventually it becomes impossible to figure out what's the play. Is the, what you want to do is you want to say, get on with the plot already of the play, except that's the plot. And it just turns every convention you've ever seen upside down. Pirandello has another play called You're Right If You Think You're Right, or I've also seen it translated, It's So If You Think So. And it appears in a small volume of about 5 or 6 Pirandello plays that you can get. In this play, a man and a wife and an old woman come into a little Italian town, and they do strange things. The old woman goes upstairs in a tower, and they start sending her water up in a bucket. And the rest of the townspeople are sitting around trying to figure out what's going on. And they come up with all kinds of ideas. And finally, the man comes by, and they ask him, and he tells this incredibly terrible tale of how this old woman lost her child, and they've taken her over, and they pretended to allow her to think that they're her children, and so on, etc. And so the whole townspeople is thinking that way about it. And then the woman comes by and tells an entirely different story. And the whole townspeople get all turned up the other way, and they say, see, I knew he wasn't right, and so on, and they go complete. And then finally the old woman comes in and tells a third story. And it's like Rashomon, for those of you who've seen. By the way, Rashomon, I think, is going to be on Sunday on Channel 57. Hasn't been on television in years. If you don't know Rashomon, it's a Japanese play with, again, 3 characters, and it's the story of a rape. And it starts out, the man tells the story, and it's acted out as he tells the story, of how he was walking with his lover in the park, and this bandit came, beat him up, and raped her. And it's just told beautifully, and it's sad, and so on. And then the bandit comes out and says, then the woman comes out and says, that wasn't true at all. And she tells an entirely different story about it. And then third, the bandit comes out and tells still a third version. And you as the audience get all caught up in each version, and when the woman comes out and tells the second version, okay, you think it's cute. What never occurs to you is that the bandit is going to come out and tell a third version. And Pirandello does the same thing in It's So If You Think So. Well, you could reduce either of those plays to a bottom line. I once saw on television, how they have these little squibs about the show. So Othello was going to be on, and the little squib said something like, Prince kills his assistant because of his jealousy over his wife. And there it was, capsulized in one sentence, Now, Arthur Miller calls that the caveman element in theater, the what happens next. And that the effort and the focus on what happens next is prosaic. It is just concerned with denotation. It is a partial truth about reality. Denotation is a partial truth about reality. Let me read something to you. This is from the introduction to the Fables. And it describes an experience I had, which was the fundamental experience for me in terms of appreciating the non-denotation, the other side. What happened was when computers first came out, IBM had in its showroom in New York City, they had one there programmed to play 20 questions. And you could just go in there and play 20 questions. That was a real new thing to do 30 years ago. Anyway, here's what happened. Is it animal, I typed. Yes, it answered, encouraging me to go on. Is it bigger than an elephant? Its response threw me off guard. I don't know that much about sizes. Humor? This would be fun. And before I fully realized what was evolving, totally oblivious to my surroundings, I was engaged in communication. By about the 9th question, whatever empathic qualities I possessed that allow me to develop intimate relationships with a responsive other had involved me in that reciprocity we call dialogue. We were talking to one another. And then just as suddenly, all of this ceased. I asked a question that was unintentionally ambiguous. Does it smell? The question could have meant, does it have the capacity to smell, or does it have an odor? No, responded my logical friend with black and white precision, missing completely the fact that my initiative could have had more than one intent. Suddenly, the enormity of this moment was upon me. For all its superior logical capacity, IBM's creation really could not think straight. In fact, it could only think straight. Despite the fact that it had no emotions to get in the way, its reasoning was somehow impaired. I was conversing with what many would have conceived to be the ideal communicator, one that knew exactly what it meant, one with no anxiety to distort, one that was not easily distracted or given to moods, yet in response to my seemingly elementary question, it had failed to get my drift. If, as I had always thought, been taught and preached to others, poor definition was the natural enemy of communication, the inability to recognize, if not to appreciate or even promote ambiguity, I suddenly realized, also limited communication. Rather than working opposite sides of the street, the definitive and the unclear were in collaboration. Enemies, they could be allies. Rather than being an impediment to grasping or explaining life, ambiguity could actually serve to deepen its comprehension as well as our own thinking processes. As time went by, I began to notice something else about ambiguity's contribution to communication. It had to do with the relationship between connecting verbally and connecting emotionally. In that disappointing moment when my logical friend missed my point because he was too logical, the android replicated the humanoid. When the computer responded in black and white, it replicated the response pattern of those at the most emotionally impaired end of the human spectrum. As is well known, the hallmark of schizophrenic communication is its concreteness, its framing of life's issues in black and white, in either or, on and off alternatives, all of which contribute to and manifest themselves in a very narrow repertoire of responses that are always very serious. Such total incapacity to handle ambiguity shows up in all of us, of course, when we will others to do our will and then willfully resist their willful efforts to resist our willfulness. But how shall we account for the fact that a machine with no capacity for emotions at all and human beings who have become totally bound up by their feelings communicate similarly? Where I wind up with this is the McLean stuff on the reptiles and point out that what that computer did then was to regress to an earlier stage of evolution. That what that computer did was to respond in a reptilian mode, because what reptiles are also never is ambiguous. Now, I don't know if you get what I'm getting to. What I'm getting to is that the thinking in the helping professions, when it moves toward this definitive, diagnostic, absolutely clear idea of pathology and how to change it, it's no different than schizophrenia. It is repeating the exact same way of thinking that we have to deal with in the most impaired members of our species, because it is the loss of ambiguity. While, on the one hand, it used to be said that schizophrenogenic mothers gave double messages all the time, the truth of the matter is they can't tolerate ambiguity. As you move toward the schizophrenic end of the spectrum, or the reptilian end of the spectrum, you find the loss of the capacity for playfulness. There's an extraordinary similarity there. You see, again, Bowen used to be fond of saying schizophrenia is in all of us. A lot of people are bothered by that. They want to see schizophrenia as something that is a category of people rather than a category of life, which some people are stuck in more than others. But when we get into those willful modes, we might as well be schizophrenic. We will function just like they do. And when the helping professions get into that mode of willing others to change, being convinced in black and white terms that the straight way is the only way to deal with life, they are functioning exactly like the most impaired members of our species. That's the great irony. And what I see in ambiguity and in paradox is the antidote to that. Ambiguity is the way to keep yourself from being schizophrenic. Paradox is what schizies never do. Oh, they do it unintentionally. Let me try it another way. Take one of your children as an experiment and try to make them schizophrenic. Go ahead, do it. It's okay, you can't do it. From everything you know about schizophrenic communication and schizoprenogenic mothers and so on, go and try to replicate that with your child, and it won't work, because you won't get the right anxiety level. But you see, we're focused on their language, not on their anxiety level. If you do it with, and you don't have the anxiety level, all you'll do is make them infinitely witty. I am trying, see, what I want to get to is very hard to say in just a few sentences, and Nancy's question helps put it in perspective. Maybe there's another one. I've talked with Jay Haley about the fact that he and I are the only ones I know going around teaching this stuff that never went through the training. We never went to social work school, psychology school, family therapy courses in the normal sense, all that other stuff. And my suggestion to him was, we therefore fail to imbibe the anxiety that comes along with the profession. My suggestion is that with every professional training, there's an anxiety in it. It's not that the professors are anxious, it's somehow in the structure of the teaching. It's somehow in the structure of the discipline. And part of the problem is, how do you get the gold without the dross? How do you go and use the good stuff that you were taught, and yet differentiate yourself from the anxiety in your own profession? I know, for example, now, that if I work at any, or go to any clinic, or any family counseling group, I can judge the degree of anxiety in the system by the number of questions that are asked around secrecy and malpractice. I just know it. Those are the tip-offs. And the amount of anxiety in the system around those issues is fierce. Well, what gets it going? Is it simply the amount of litigiousness in society? I don't think so. Or around suicide. That would be another one. The anxiety in our profession seems to crystallize around those three issues. Now, what I'm getting to, I guess, is differentiation within your professional community as well as your family or with your clients. How to do that. Anyway, I thought I'd add that. The next one I had down there is, I guess I had down was helping the clients with their anxiety, or reducing the client's anxiety. A woman comes in concerned about her kid doing bedwetting. And I listen and I do some research into what the family's like, and she's far too anxious about it. You know? And what I do is I make up studies. And one might be, well, did you read the latest report about the fact that children who keep wetting their bed after the age of 7 or 8 are far more likely to get addicted to heroin? Now, that will serve a whole lot of functions. First of all, if they take it seriously, I know what a case I got on my hands. Second, just from their response, I generally have some idea. But quite often, what it does is it just helps the person loosen up about it. But again, what did it if they loosened up? Is it because I paradoxed them or because I paradoxed me? Namely, that I didn't come in all concerned, all helpful, all comforting, and so on. You can help so many people if you will refuse to take their seriousness seriously. It is amazing how many people you can help just by refusing to get too serious about their problem. That's not the same as taking it lightly or ignoring it.
Could you relate that to reframing and so many family therapists?
You know, a lot of these terms are describing the same phenomenon. And to some extent, a lot of this could be heard as reframing. I understand that.
But reframing usually takes the negative and makes it positive. You took the negative and made it even
Oh,
more.
I see. I never heard it. As I always understood reframing, it was simply an effort to unlock the person from their perspectives.
Yeah. Maybe I was too narrow.
Generally, anything that'll work in one direction will work in the other. Let me go on to another one. This has to do with the reversing of pursuit. There's something I've begun to describe to my clients, which I call the Bugs Bunny phenomenon. In the old days, when Bugs Bunny would run away from some pursuer, he'd often do such a good job that the pursuer would lose him. He'd get behind a tree or a rock and the pursuer couldn't find him. And what Bugs Bunny would always do at that moment is come out and whistle and get the pursuit going again. Now, this goes on in families all the time, which is that the mother will stop pursuing a child and finally get less anxious, and what the child will do is something to get the mother to start pursuing again. Or the husband will drop some anxiety-loaded statement or something like that. And what I've been looking for is consistently trying to help people push others away. Or another way of phrasing it is, when I pick up that someone is trying to get me anxious, one of the ways I might do that, one of the ways I might deal with a client who I think is trying to get my anxiety up is to get super anxious. I had one once with a woman who I know went through life telling everybody how she killed her mother. She was driving this car, came over the hill, she didn't see a car that was parked, bashed into it, and her mother was killed in the accident. And she makes sure to put that in everything that she says. She lets everybody know about that. That's her way of relating to everybody. And I had heard this kind of from her husband. And then she came in for a session, and sure enough, she gets right into the story, and then she says, well, you know I can't. Oh, she didn't say it that way. She all of a sudden says, well, I had this terrible thing. And she starts saying how she drove this car over the hill, and how she hit this other car, and her mother died. And with all the anxiety and shock I could put in my voice, I said, you killed your mother? And she responded, oh, well, it wasn't really, that bad. It wasn't like and the whole thing went off in another way. Now, there was reversal in a different way, which was, I was supposed to be shocked, so I decided to be shocked, but far beyond anything imaginable. And it just changed it. Well, if you ask me, how did I know to do it? I don't know how I knew to do it. All I knew is I knew what not to do. And if you know what not to do, see, the creative positive things are infinite, but the wrong things are very specific. And you can list very clearly what you shouldn't do. And if you can keep that in mind, it'll free you to think the other way. With poor me people who are trying to get me anxious, I do this a lot with clergy. They love it. When clergy are constantly coming up against this poor me kind of person who, they have defect probes in their head. They're just always finding everything that's wrong anywhere, and you can never lift them up. is to get inside. Well, I'll go further. I guarantee you that if you do this, you'll pop somebody out of the poor me position. You have to get in it with them and make it sound worse than they're saying it. So the person comes into you and says this long litany of all the problems that's going on. You try to be helpful to them. It doesn't work. They come back the next time, the third time. Nothing works. And then what you say to them is, you know, I've been thinking about things, and I want you to know that you're the most unfortunate person I've ever seen in my practice. I have never seen a person who has had more bad luck. I mean, it's almost like you were born under the wrong star. I mean, fate is just against you. And stay on that side. Stay on the side of the helpless fate against that person. And with ministers, what they can do is, you know, it's almost like God is punishing you. I mean, maybe you did something very wrong as a child for which you've never gotten forgiveness. And what you do is you stay on that side. And what you will do as a result of that is you will force that person into a choice of either relating to you maturely or quitting. And if it's a member of your family, they'll rarely quit you. It works great with mothers. There is nothing a daughter can do better with that kind of mother and the daughter is usually distancing from that kind of mother, than to let mother go on and say, Mother, I want you to know how guilty I feel when you talk this way. I just wish I could help you, but it seems like God has greater plans for you than I can affect. You try that with that chronically complaining mother. You try it in a letter and watch what it does. I don't know how to tell you to get it. I have a tape called Family Party Poopers, which takes the 9 or 10 worst kinds of characters you find in families at parties and comes up with reversals and paradoxes for how to deal with them. I don't know how to tell you how to get it fast. I didn't bring me with me. See, this is, again, I haven't emphasized enough my own experience with this. Being both a rabbi and a family therapist, I had a lot of opportunity to talk about family ideas in front of churches, in front of clergy, and so on. PTAs. What I found very quickly was, if I gave a straight talk to parents on how to deal with their children, the parents played the same games with me that the kids played with them. Invariably. They played yes but with me. They pointed out how every good idea in the question period, they get up one after the other and shoot me down and show me why everything I said didn't work. And I know that's just what their kids were doing with them. So one day, after a conversation with a friend of mine, I hit on another idea, which was to do a totally paradoxical lecture. Now, I've done this thing all over the United States. It's called How to Get Your Kid to Drop Out and Save $50,000 in Tuition. And I present a 5-point program, guaranteed, and I point out how much money they can save if they knew, how much anxiety would go down if they knew from the beginning that they'd never shell out all that money. And then what I do is I teach them how to escalate conflict, how to screw up communication, how to triangle their kids, how to look at themselves in a way to lose confidence, and I go on and on like this. And then the last point is subversive ideas to keep away from, because if you pay attention to them, you'll free up and it'll cost you a bundle. So the good stuff comes in as the 5th point under the guise of ideas not to pay attention to if you hear them. It is the most extraordinary experience, because everywhere I've ever given it, the response of the people, no matter what their background, is identical. They laugh like hell at point number 1. At point number 2, they begin to realize that I'm telling them to do what they are doing. And by point number 3, they are in rapt attention. I have since learned how to handle the question period backwards too. So that people will try to straighten me out. And in the question period, they'll start saying, well, some of them get cute. Some of them say, well, suppose you have a lot of money and it doesn't matter. And they'll keep trying to straighten me out. And I've learned how it's very difficult to stay backwards throughout the entire evening. I have found that this is far more effective than anything straight. I visualize PTA groups and so on as all those people sitting there with little demons in their head that are going to turn off and censor every significant idea you give them. Yeah.
Does this assume that people who are coming to these lectures are already in a mindset, in a life position?
In a what position?
They're already in a life position.
Life position.
Of changing.
Yeah.
And I'm real cynical about that you can do anything good. In other words, they're walking in. And that you don't have to say a word before that. You have a relationship before you say a word with them.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying is that you're already responding paradoxically to that relationship even before.
Because of the title?
Well, it sounds like you're recognizing that the relationship is there even before you say a word. And you're already beginning to work your way out of it.
I guess you could see it, though. I've never thought about it that way. All I know is the other stuff doesn't work. And I hit on this thing as a good after-dinner talk at a synagogue or a church. And depending on the audience, sometimes sometimes during the question period I get a chance to put in some significant ideas, but I always put them in as, ideas to be careful about. I mean, everybody out there, well, here's the biggest paradox. I go around the country talking to clergy groups, and I tell them I've seen no change in 31 years in Washington. I tell them that I think they're in an impossible position, that nobody can understand their role, that the loneliness they have comes with the territory, and that things are probably going to get worse given the anxiety in society. And they all thank me for affirming them. Why? Because most people are running around telling them to feel more for other people, to be more sensitive, to be more caring, and it's crazy making, because these people are doing that to the ultimate right now. Most people don't have to be told what you want to tell them. They have to be unblocked from something rather than, let me try it another way. With my own supervisees, I use the dental analogy that it is, what's the word I want? If you fill the cavity before you clean out the decay, it won't take. It won't last. And as I see it, what therapists are constantly doing is wanting to fill the cavity, and they don't take enough time to clean out the decay. That the focus of therapy should be on the resistance in people to healing. That's what a physician does with your body. The physician doesn't heal your body heals your body. What the physician does is promote it or try to eliminate that which is retarding it. By working on challenge and paradox and working at the resistance in people, what you're doing is cleaning out the cavity. It may be that you never have to fill it. That once you clean it out, it will develop its own filling, so to speak. But as I see it, what we're all too focused on is putting a new filling in instead of debriding the wound. One other thing on this, just to show how ironic this stuff is. And it gets back to the statement made before about how foreign this way of thinking is in the world of therapy, but not to the world at large. In Virgil's Aeneid, in the second book, now that's written about the 5th pre-Christian century, Virgil describes a guy who always flips a coin to decide what he wants to do. Heads I'll do it, tails I won't. Well, in those days, the mythology was that there were 3 fates that spun out everybody's life. So what this guy did, Virgil says, this is 2,500 years ago, he writes this, he'd flip the coin up and say, heads I'll do it, tails I won't, but he'd really do the opposite of what he flipped the coin up, to fake out the fates. Except, says Virgil, the fates, knowing that, always made the coin come up the opposite from what they wanted. Right? Now, that's 2,500 years old. There is a tale in rabbinic literature. I've been looking around for more paradox. I can't find much. There's a marvelous tale in rabbinic literature. This would be written, I can only guess, about the 3rd century. And the tale, what a lot of these tales are, is an effort to fill in the blanks in the biblical verses. Sometimes it's not clear what happened from one verse to the next. Moses is on top of Sinai, and God sees the people, according to the Bible. The biblical story is that God sees the people worshiping the golden calf and says, I'm going to destroy this people and make a new one for you. And it's not clear why God changes his mind. Moses argues to leave the people alone, and everything goes okay. The rabbinic story is that what Moses says to God is, why destroy them? You know, just, why don't you just divide up the world with the God they're worshiping? You can take you take the sea, give him the land. You take the sky, give him the earth. You take these people, give him that people. You know, why do you have to destroy Israel? And God responds, why should I divide up this universe with this God? It isn't even a real God they're worshiping. And Moses says, then what are you getting so upset for? Now, that's an honest-to-God early rabbinic story. But I have to tell you that in repeating that story, I'm 30 years past ordination, in telling that story to other rabbis, many of them don't remember. And so I wonder, what was it about my mindset that it struck me? So I will accept the fact that some of you may be thinking that I have a weird sense of humor. That my tendency toward humor has always been toward the ironic and the ludicrous and so on. And that is attributable directly to my mother and her mother, who lived with us. My mother was the best female one-liner I ever met. She was very, very funny, and there was always a quip on her tongue. But it always had that, I don't know what word to use, that ironic twist to it. So I grew up in a household with that. And I was, I guess, tutored, trained, accustomed to that sense of humor. And it's always appealed to me. Early in my training days, Bowen taught me something paradoxical. I then went to Farber. It had to do with taking a guy who had a compulsive hand-washing phobia and encouraging him to wash his hands more. I then took the same case to Farber and told him I had done that, without telling him that Murray had suggested it. Farber got very upset and said, you must never make fun of somebody's foible. And that was the day I switched to Murray and gave up on Farber, even though I learned a lot from him. Now, another person might have gone the other way on that. But there was, for those of you who've only seen Bowen in recent years, you wouldn't know it. When Bowen was in his 50s, he had a pixie-ishness that was really astounding. And it was there throughout everything he did. And it colored his thinking, and it colored his functioning. And I think, I've seen it in Mnuchin too, that pixie-ishness. How do you develop it if you ain't got it? I don't know. Can you develop it if you don't have it? Can one learn to be less reptilian? Can one learn to be more mischievous, more irreverent? I don't know. Oh, the big one I was going to tell you in terms of this was, I think it was 3 summers ago, I get a chance to be on the Today Show. And I'm on with another woman from Chicago who's as straight and serious as you can get. I'd never met her. And we're going to talk about money. And we're told we're going to have a whole minute between us, maybe 2 minutes. So we start off, we're going to talk about money and families, and the woman interviewer says, what do you do when a woman is not got enough money and her husband is cheap and she's stealing money from the tuna fish budget to get her hair done? What do you have her do? And my colleague says, well, I have a 5-point program for that. And she starts to go on very seriously about the need for communication and so on, etc. And I see I'm going to get schneidered here, that I'm never going to, we got 2 minutes and she's going to use up 4. So I decide to interrupt, it's before 30 million people. And I say, I wouldn't do it that way at all. And it seemed to rescue this woman interviewer who turned to me immediately and said, well, what would you do? I said, well, what I would do is I would tell a woman to go out and buy something for herself that was expensive. And then I'd have her wear it in front of her husband. And when he got upset and asked how much it cost, she should exaggerate how much she paid for it. And when he flipped out over that, she should say to him, well, if you're upset about this, wait till you see what they're going to deliver next week. Now, we then, get time for the commercial, and there's a blackout. The male interviewer at the other side, who would take the next person who came on, comes up to me and in the middle of the stage, shakes my hand, embraces me, and starts telling me his marital problems. Right on the spot. I start walking down the stairs to the waiting room where we had been, and Harry Belafonte is supposed to be on next, and I met him briefly down there. And on the way down the stairs, he grabs me and he says, Ed, that was wonderful. I still have people who saw that show come up to me about it. It was 180 degrees, you see. It was about as far as you... And yet... Let me think how to put this. If it is the egg walker who gets the anxiety in the family. Always. The person who walks on eggs is always the one who winds up with the stress and the anxiety. What I am consistently teaching the egg walker to do is to break the eggs. I consistently say to people, where you want to get change in this family, wherever you have been wont to walk on eggs, crack them. What will happen immediately is the anxiety will shift to the other person. That's paradoxical. But you can hear that. Nine, it's a way of staying in touch without being reactive. I taught this psychiatrist who was having problems with his daughter, this one. The daughter would curse from the top of the stairs at both father and mother, and psychiatrist and wife were absolutely helpless. Mother was also a physician, in the face of this barrage. Mother wanted to get rid of the child. Father said, I love my daughter, I don't want to get rid of her, but I don't know what to do with all that. And I said to him, one of the things was she was fluent in Spanish. And I said to him that the next time she started cursing, he should say to her, you know, honey, it's really getting very boring listening to all that language in English. Would you try it once in a while in Spanish? And to go on, in some way, getting inside of what she was doing, instead of willfully trying to fight it, encouraging her to do it, but with some different slant to it. The very first time he did it, she stopped in her tracks, looked at him crazily, and walked off. And it stopped that kind of transaction. That is a way of staying in touch without getting reactive. That's one of the great values of the paradox.
Is this similar to the woman that was throwing the party for her daughter that was on Harlem Actors?
Is that similar to? Well, here it was worse because here it was interreactive stuff. There she just saw it in the newspapers, wasn't living with it. Here the question was, how do you stay in touch with the symptom and not get reactive to it? It was an ongoing symptom. That's the difference. Another one would be a woman who kept accusing her husband that he didn't love her. And he was going crazy with this thing because he loved her dearly and so on. There was nothing he could do with it. And I told him, and what would happen would be she'd just start on it, particularly when he would make sexual advances. And I suggested that the next time she did that, instead of proffering excuses and saying he did, that he say to her, you're right, honey, I'll have to admit this to you. I only married you for sex. You see. Now, that was, again, a way of staying in touch with it. Not, in other words, how do you stay with a symptom and not react to it in a way that escalates the whole process? Now, the ludicrousness and irony and absurdity of him saying that to her at that moment. But again, it depended on how playfully he said it. But it would enable him to stay in touch with it and not fight it. Most symptoms escalate when people try to will it away. Okay, the alternative, do nothing. But you can't do nothing. You've got to respond to it somehow. You just can't stand there and take it. Playful, paradoxical responses can be ways of staying in touch with a symptom and not getting caught up in it. I want to get ahead fast because of time. One that I have fun with is, you may run against this. I might move very quickly from a client who's just left and call in another client. And the client will say something like, God, how do you do it? You know? My God. How do you listen to all these problems all day? Or there's something in it like, it's an effort to say, I hope you're going to be concerned about me. You just went from one to the other. And I have developed one response for that, and I use it every time. The person says to me, how do you listen to these problems all day long? And I say, well, if I paid attention, it would be very difficult. Now, that has gotten me out of that every time, and we've gone on with the session, and it's gone well, and I have not had to get caught up in their mishigas, and their craziness, and their nonsense. What that also is, you see, is a way of touching the process and not the content, which the paradox can do. But what it also was taking their worst fear and feeding it back to them. And that's an example of what I was talking about before. If you ask me, well, where can I be creative and imaginative enough to think these up? All you have to do is pay attention to yourself. And it will be the opposite of what you're thinking.
What do you do when you get a reptilian mode back?
You go deeper into the paradox.
Exactly.
I don't think that was very right what you said. You're making fun of me. Oh, God, if you think this was ludicrous, wait till you see what I got stored up for tomorrow. Or you could come back with, well, I was only trying to help. Or, can I help it if you tell it funny? That's a good one, with people who say something and you smile or laugh at them and they get upset that you smile and laugh. Well, stop telling it that way and I won't laugh. Or something like that. I'm trying to convey to you that it is your response over and over again that counts. And it is the self-control you can put in there that counts. And that the more self-control you have and the more perspective you have when you enter the session, the less globbed you are to begin with, the more attention you can pay to yourself. The better defined and differentiated you are, the more you can listen to what you want to say. There's a big idea here, and I don't know how to convey it. It goes something like this. Why is it effective in working with other people to pay attention to yourself? Isn't that selfish? What has that got to do with what's going on in the other? It is because if you're a sensitive person, and even if you're an insensitive person, if you get into the business of therapy, you'll pick up stuff in 1,000 ways and you'll never figure out how you picked it all up. You don't have to know. All you have to do is assume that your thoughts at any given time are symptomatic of what's happening in the room. And by paying attention to your thoughts rather than the client's thoughts, you can get to a better differentiated position. And that consistently, listening to your thoughts and realizing that this is just going to feed into the problems that's going on, and thinking out the opposite will be the freeing response. One last thought, because it's getting late. I'm going to try, I have a video system and I'm not using it, and I've got to start using it for my clients. I bought it 2 years ago, and I don't know why I'm intimidated by it, but I am. And I've got this magnificent video system in my office, and I just don't use it. I would like to be able to capture a kind of session I've done maybe 6 times in my life, where I went totally paradoxical, where I did not take seriously one thing that the client said. I've done it about 6 times in my life, and sometimes it was the couple. After every one of those sessions, the client made a radical change. In each case, it came at a time where I recognized early in the session that we were going to do the exact same thing we had been doing for weeks, if not months, that I had made no progress, where I felt helpless, despondent, and hopeless about any possibility, but I also was bored enough that I got some distance. And I went crazy. I said the most I said everything backwards. And it was remarkable to see the shift. I'll have to try. I just want to say that it's possible. And I guess if nothing else, all I'm trying to do here today is enrich your repertoire of responses. And if you don't see the support for it in therapy, it's certainly there in theater. It's there in literature. Edmund Spenser, who was a contemporary of Shakespeare, wrote a great sonnet in which he starts out and says, "My love is like to ice and I to fire." And then goes on throughout the sonnet trying to understand why the hotter he burns, the colder she gets. In other words, why does the ice congeal when he burns instead of melt? And why, when she gets colder, does he burn more instead of her ice dousing his fire? And the whole sonnet, written in the 16th century, is about the paradox of love. It is hardly a new idea. And I recognize that I might be saying that the whole field has gone reptilian. I recognize that. Any other last question or two? Yes.
The last time I tried this, I did it as the client was going out the door, and I said something really absurd, and they came back the next week angry and said, "Why did you do that?" And so I explained to them about they were getting too serious and it was just getting me down and I wanted some fun, and so I said it. What I really said to her was that her mother had sold her in prostitution when she was 5 and 6. I said, "Well, you can always go back to your old training and be a prostitute," which is a little rough. And she listened to that and she said, "You know, you're right." But I had to explain it before she'd settled down. And then, again, like you, there was a lot of changes after that.
I don't know what to say about that. It's good to do it when the other person has an opportunity for response.
Yeah.
There's something about the hit and run quality of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I had a woman who went through a very depressed session with me, and as she left said, "See you next week." And I said, "Yeah, if you're still here." And she came back high as a kite the next session and said that really scared her. Now that was as she was leaving. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Was she suicidal?
Yeah.
Is it possible to self-paradox?
Is it possible to self-paradox, meaning?
Can I say to myself, do this, or...
I have fooled around with the notion of carrying my own anxieties to their ultimate fear. I fooled around with it. If you can do it, it can be helpful. Yeah. Well, I think it's time to stop. Okay. Thank you. A fable I haven't written is about an insect that doesn't have feelers. And it goes through life clumsily, bouncing off tables, bumping into other bugs. It just is a mess. And they come to it and say, we can now do a feeler transplant. It's terrific. So they wait for the same bug of the same species and so on to die, take off the feelers, transplant it, bandage it up. And at the end of the week, they take the bandages off, and for the first time in its life, this insect is able to, it's called sensitivity, this fable. It senses everything that's going on. Well, it's overwhelmed so much by all the information it gets that it never functions again. And as I see it, sensitivity, and I think people in the helping professions have a certain fine-tuned sensitivity that people not in the helping professions often don't have. And the problem is, how do you use that sensitivity to get you more awareness, but not let it encumber you and trap you and bind up your feelings to such an extent that you can't function clearly? Now, where I think we get in trouble is when we pit our intellects, our cortex, against somebody else's. Resistance is not just in the other one. Resistance is in the relationship. Resistance is the byproduct of some kind of transaction. Yes, there are people who are more likely to be resistant. But as I see what goes on in the worlds of psychotherapy, in the worlds of education, in the worlds of religion, is the assumption that all we have to do is give people a new program, a new idea, point out to them what's wrong, and they'll change. You know? Well, if that were true, we could do it in a supermarket. We could have it labeled. What's your problem? Come in and we'll have booths in the supermarket for whatever your problem is. What we are dealing with is disorders of the will. What we are consistently dealing with is perversity. That's why that fable has Satan do that thing. It is as though Satan tricked us all into focusing on the wrong information. The pursuit of, I read that long list to you, the pursuit of all this information about pathology, about learning all the pathologies and learning all the techniques, has become in the helping professions a form of substance abuse. It functions in exactly the same way. Whenever therapists feel anxious, they go out and read another book. They go out and go to another conference. They go and learn another technique. They want to know, here's a new disease, how do we find the solution to that? It's an unending process. And like any substance abuse, we reach a toleration level too quickly, and then we get anxious and we got to go out and get more. And we get hooked. There is an alternative to that way of thinking. It has to do with the notion that it is the nature of your presence in any system that has the capacity to change it, not because you come up with the right programmatic suggestion. Yes, there are times when you can give somebody just the right idea and they're looking for it and they're motivated and it will work. But for the most part, they're not the problem. So that, you see, when the question comes up, as was raised here, if we look at that relationship, and it sounds like I'm saying one person has a lot of power to control the other one, shouldn't the other one take responsibility? Well, I don't know quite how to explain this. I heard from Murray Bowen years ago a statement which has just grown with me over the years. It was something like, if you've got an overfunction or underfunctioner relationship, the underfunctioner can never start moving till the overfunctioner backs off. That you always got to work first with the overfunctioner. That generally is true in my experience. There are some rare exceptions. The reason why is because of the mutual adaptation that occurs in the relationship. And the one who is adapted in an underfunctioning way can go into a no-self collapse. It is possible if the interdependency is deep enough and the fusion. You know, Bowen uses the phrase fusion rather than enmeshment. And as you may be aware, it's cute to watch this stuff because no Bowen-trained therapist would ever use the word enmeshed, and no Mnuchin-trained therapist would ever use the word fusion. I mean, these words have become political rhetoric. Now, the reason Bowen has used the word fusion is because he's trying to get back to that cellular analogy. And from where I stand now, I believe two human beings, if you close the space enough between them, and you want to close space with another person, I can teach you how to do it. I can teach anyone in this room how to dysfunction another person. You just go in there and get inside their head, and you probe their thinking processes, and you overfunction everywhere possible, and you do everything you can to erode the boundaries between you. Now, there are two variables. As hard as you try it, and it's hard to do it if you're not doing it pathologically. It's just hard to keep up that persistence. But you also must be in connection with somebody else who is given to giving up their self. And when you get that going, when it reaches a certain threshold, it's almost impossible to unlock it again. In its worst forms, that's what schizophrenia is. In its worst forms, that may be what cancer is. Last week, I found out that the woman who had been my secretary, who I'd been very close to 20 years ago, and I haven't seen in a long time, died of cancer. The woman who had been my secretary in my first synagogue 5 years ago, died of cancer. Both of these women were extraordinarily similar in that they came out of broken homes, came out of situations where they had a great desire to please, were vacuum cleaners for responsibility. I mean, they just sopped it up. They took over. They were the life of every relationship they were in. They were cheerleaders. They were pacemakers. But what nobody focuses on is they were in identical marriages. So, again, the Northeast Interlocking Intellectual Directorate focuses on the cancer personality. It doesn't ask the silhouette. It doesn't ask what kind of men were women like that tended to be married to. And both these women were married to the identical kind of man. I've been fooling around with something, I don't know whether I'd ever write an essay on it, called The Case of the Charming Widower. I am just struck by the extent to which I have found widowers who lost their wives relatively early in life who were charming. And charm, in my experience, always shows up in passive people. That is, charming people do not tend to be, how should I put it, people who really take charge about themselves. There's something else about it. And I've tried to understand this phenomenon, and the only way I can understand it is, certainly with these two men, you'd have described them as nice, charming, but you'd have seen they were passive. But the passivity is not just like they wouldn't take the garbage out. The passivity is in their whole way of getting another person to be responsible for everything that happens. In effect, in my own mind, these guys function like viruses. And they take over the existential DNA of their wives. But there's the other variable. Why does that wife let it happen? Not all wives do. Consistently, what I see happening, if you've got a severe symptom in a relationship, notice how I even put that, that was a slip. If you've got a severe symptom in a person, over and over again, I watch for those two variables. One is the extent to which the non-symptomatic partner is invasive, and the other is the extent to which the symptomatic one has lost the capacity for self-regulation, lost the capacity to immunize him or herself to the invasiveness of the other. That's the level at which I think symptoms form. And I think all the stuff we hear in psychotherapy, family therapy, and so on, misses that essential ingredient in it. Where paradox comes in, and I'll talk more practically after lunch about it, is paradox can be a way of interfering with the stable patterns that are there. It will never cure the system, but it can interfere with the stable pathological patterns in the couple, as well as the way the therapeutic profession might deal with that person. I have a woman who has just come in to see me. And I don't know a lot yet about her multi-generational traditions. She's got 2 kids. She's a very successful, over-functioning woman in real estate everywhere. Her husband is a newspaper correspondent for one of America's big newspapers. And she recently, I think she has vaginal cancer. So she's in all kinds of chemo and radiation therapy. She's about 45, very bright woman. And she came to see me in large part because her closest friend has been in supervision with me for many years, and she's heard from her something about my thinking and so on. And she came in and said straight out, I think I've got to do something about the way I think about life. I think I got to do something about the way I function. Now, yeah, no eraser.
Yeah, right there, right here
On the beamer.
Right. Beautiful. Bima is the Hebrew word for altar. Etymologically, they're the same. Altar, as in altitude, means high place, and bama is the Hebrew word for high place. So, they're the same. What I do with this woman is I draw her on the board like this. I say, you know, this is your family. And sometimes she's got a mother in there too. I say, you know, there ain't much of you showing. What I'll do is erase the inner part. Okay? Understand, what I'm after is to get some depth of change in her thinking and functioning that's way beyond simply saying, why don't you let everybody take care of themselves? Why don't you defect in place and so on? All that rational stuff. So what I do is I then fill out the whole thing like this, okay? There's those 3 people in her life. And I say, this is the outline of yourself. One woman once said to me, they look like lesions. And then I say, what I want to do is I want to get you out here. I want you to complete yourself out there. If you do that, however, that's only half the problem. Because each one of these creatures is going to feel the pullout that you make, and they will respond predictably to glob you back. Because they are so fused with you, it's like you took some of their cells along with you. If, however, you can learn to stay out here, stay in touch with them, but not get fused back, they will eventually heal and their wounds will close. And then you can relate to each of them from outside of their space. Now, this is an effort, just straightforward, to describe to her what I'm after and to put it in terms that are way beyond practical suggestions. I use this diagram a lot because from the response to it, I get a pretty good idea of a person's capacity for recuperation. Well, she went right to it. And she came in 2 weeks later so depressed it was unbelievable. Why? Because here it is, she may be dying of cancer, and instead of everybody being helpful, they're sabotaging her left and right. And I try to convey to her that what they're doing is mindless. It's not an effort to control you. It's not an effort. They don't even, they have no awareness of what they're doing. And you can never get the sabotaging partner to admit it. I have never heard anybody say, well, the reason I had my affair, got drunk, stayed overnight at another person's house, failed my schoolwork and so on, is because my mother or wife is functioning better. I mean, I never heard anybody admit that. It's very lonely out there to do that. So she stayed with it, and she came in a couple of weeks later, and she'd gone up to New England to a conference. She came back, and her husband and son met her at the airplane. They had never done that in her life. One of my favorite sayings is, nobody remembers the overfunctioner's birthday. They'll remember the underfunctioner's birthday, but they won't remember the overfunctioner's birthday. It's just taken for granted. In other words, overfunctioners are taken for granted. And when she stopped doing it, they started moving towards her. And she was saying to me, that she wanted to move ahead. She thought it would be difficult, but she was going to keep trying it, and she understood it. Now, I then did something which you may hear as paradoxical or not. It is not something one might think of doing or would normally do. I want to challenge her. I want her to keep moving. She tends too quick to just want a practical suggestion. I said the following thing to her. I said, look, the way this system was structured, you were supposed to die. The fact that you have decided to make differentiating changes is going to backwash the stress to everybody else. What you're having to deal with now is the backlash of your deciding to differentiate from the system and not die. And whenever a person who is heading toward death from any symptom at all decides not to, it disrupts the homeostasis of the system terribly. Now, I also said to her, frankly, you could never stay on course and do what you're doing if you didn't have cancer. That's what it takes to stay on course. It has to be a life-threatening thing for somebody to really stay there with it. Sometimes you meet somebody who's got more motivation. But there's nothing like a life-threatening illness to foster differentiation. What I'm simply trying to convey to you is the depth of these problems that I think we deal with and that are given simple labels, and where we're taught that a whole myriad of techniques and to get to it. I think the problem is always the same in every family. It is a problem of differentiation. It is a problem of boundaries. It is a problem of space. The way I learned to deal with it, and the model that I've used, I once heard Murray Bowen. I was the only therapist in the audience. He gave a presentation to the local medical society, and I heard about it and I went way, way back. I never heard him do it again. I used it in, I think, chapter 3 of my book. It was so simple and elegant, I couldn't believe it. He said, take any family anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's one parent or two parents and what the gender of the children are and so on. Frankly, symptoms can only surface in one of 3 locations. It'll surface in the marriage as conflict, distance, or divorce. It'll surface in one of the partners as either a physical or a psychological symptom, and it can surface in one of the children. Those are the 3 symptom locations for all families on this planet, black or white, Jewish or Christian, Atlanta or Washington, Fiji Islands or America. Those are the same 3 symptom locations. You can do this with organizations too. Symptoms will surface, depending on the nature of the organizations, always in the same spots. We are focused on location. We are focused on the location of the symptom, and we're focused on the nature of the symptom. What Bowen has taught me is to focus on the nuclear family and the lack of differentiation. And what it leads to is the notion that to the extent you can foster differentiation in that system, that's a broad spectrum antibiotic. It will get to the symptom no matter what the location and no matter what its nature, and that's the most you can do. Say what again? Starting with which period? I'll repeat it. That society has taught us to focus on specialties, on the location of the symptom, 1, 2, or 3. If you go to the average clinic, it's divided up into people who work at 1, 2, or 3.
What is 2 again, please?
A symptom in the person, in one of the marriage partners, either a physical or a psychological symptom. This is a unified field theory of family symptomatology, just like they're trying to put together all the forces of physics. What Bowen has suggested is, if you pursue differentiation any way you can do it, but it requires your own differentiated presence in the system, and that's where the paradox comes in.